Hello, how are you all doing? I'm here in this video today to give you a warm welcome to the first season of the fanfic, What If Naruto Could Summon Any Legendary Sword? You've all been showing the channel a lot of love lately, so keep it up by liking and subscribing. Now, without further ado, enjoy.
1. Enlightenment. Naruto stands in the Hokage's office, peering upwards at the man who is his grandfather in all but blood, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hey, old man!" he exclaims, his tiny and malnourished frame bursting with rambunctious energy. "Why do?" He hesitates, allowing sadness to pervade his eyes, piercing through his happy demeanor. "Why do the villagers hate me so much?" Hiruzen stares down at the 12-year-old. Even after 4 rigorous years where blood, sweat, and tears had been spilt, Naruto had yet to graduate from the academy. He is stumped at what to do. Perhaps, just perhaps, I should give him a motivator. The aged Hokage ponders on it, scratching his beard. Well, I suppose. After all, Minato said nothing about this. Flashback, day of the Kyuubi attack. "Minato, let me do it. You are better, as Hokage." A wizened man, dressed in a black jumpsuit with mesh segments covering the lower portions of his limbs. He also wears an armored hood to provide protection to the head. "No, Hiruzen," another man responds. The Yondaime Hokage, recognized by a white haori with red flame-like motifs on the hem. He glances at his elder with desperation left in his azure blue eyes, his spiky blonde hair dampened by dust that fills the air. "This I must do. It is my duty as Hokage." His voice is full of acceptance. He had embraced his fate, and now there is no stopping him from what he feels he must do. Hiruzen sees this change in him. His argument falters. "Very well. What are your final wishes?" His tone is somber and grave. Hiruzen doesn't want the village to lose its greatest shinobi since the time of Hashirama Senju, but it is a necessary evil. One that would ensure the survival of their mutual love and joy. Konohagakure no Sato. The village hidden in the leaves. Minato pauses. "Use the Uzumaki name," he articulates clearly. "It will deter those from Iwagakure." He gestures to himself. "My lineage is a magnet for trouble." Hiruzen nods, remaining silent and allowing his successor to think. "Don't tell him of his lineage until you feel he is ready." A pained expression flickers over his face. It's for the best. Even Hiruzen knows that he is trying to convince himself exactly that. The conflict of a parent sacrificing their child to a great evil, subjective to hatred, is too great to even explain. Make them see that their Yondaime wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero. He says this quietly, a glimpse of a softer side of the fearsome Minato Namikaze shining through the rough. "It is the last time that I will be able to say words of peace, words as myself and as a parent. Once I step on the battlefield, I am doing what is best for the village, not only as me, Minato Namikaze, but also their Yondaime Hokage, their leader." He takes a shuddering breath. "Goodbye." A flash of yellow light permeates the room that they had been standing in, the features unrecognizable through the clouds of smoke and dust that fly through the air. Hiruzen sobs. Just once. He still has work to do in the name of his successor. He steels himself before departing from the Hokage's office. Until this crisis is over, he further solidifies his resolve. "You do not think about it until it's over." Minato Namikaze had never specified that Hiruzen couldn't reveal his mother's parentage. And being ready doesn't mean being able to defend yourself. In essence, it means whenever you feel like it. Besides, the revelation may actually toughen him up. "I can't tell you that, Naruto. However," he continues his next sentence before Naruto can get too depressed. Keeps him excited and intrigued about what comes next. "I can tell you who your Ka-san is." All hell breaks loose in the Hokage's office for the entirety of 10 minutes, with which Naruto jumps, hops and bounds across the room, cheering wildly with anxious joy. After that, he suddenly calms down, noticing that he would only get the information when he showed he is ready to receive it. "Who was Ka-san?" /N. Ka-san means mother. "Your Ka-san was named Kushina Uzumaki." Was? Naruto immediately picks up on the use of past tense. "Where is Ka-san, Gigi? How do I break it to him that his mother died during childbirth?" "Your Ka-san is gone," Hiruzen says, voice cracking as he remembers he pain screams. her demonic tenant being forcefully extracted from her. Naruto bows his head. So she's dead then? Hiruzen is shocked. I hadn't been expecting him to understand such a complex concept. Yes, he affirms Naruto's fears. But why? Why don't I have parents? It is so unfair, you know? Naruto lets out a rocking sob as tears freely fall from his face. Your Ka-san and Tu-san are watching over you. Do they want to see you cry? A guilt trip ploy, but at least it would stop his crying. To give him a sense of ambition. No! He exclaims, back to his loud self, wiping his tears. Good. While I am unable to tell you who your Tu-san is, you can. Hiruzen starts, taking a breath. It's now or never. I will tell you of your clan. Naruto gasps, back straightening attentively. The only condition is that you pass this year's genin test. Instantly, Naruto nods eagerly, the condition of no consequence to him. You belong to the Uzumaki clan of Uzushigakure. You are supposed to be one of the last few Uzumaki living, if not the last one. He perks up at the first one before his body sags at the second revelation. Does this mean that I have super cool jutsu to learn? He shouts, the prospect of such a thing most appealing to him. Hiruzen replies, Indeed you do. The Uzumaki clan was most renowned for their mastery of every element, to each their own. They were most prominent in Kenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Naruto joyfully leaps into the air, fist pumping it as it follows his frame. When will I learn the cool jutsu? Well, when I have time I will teach you the jutsu. But for now, you have to self-study. But why? Naruto pouts, whining piteously. Paperwork. The Sandaime deadpants as he watches the rising mountains of paper that appears on his desk, growling. Can't you duplicate yourself so you can train me too? Naruto pouts, staring pleadingly at his elder. Said elder freezes, his mouth agape. How did I fail to consider that? If Naruto, left uneducated, can deduce this outcome, I can't wait to see what he will accomplish in the future. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Now in his private training grounds, Hiruzen, and by extent his young charge, Naruto, stand facing each other. It's beautiful, Naruto exclaims as he looks around. The grounds itself are surrounded with pink sakura trees, a grassy plain that is full of life. Of course, it is the Hokage training ground after all. Hiruzen pridefully admonishes him. Wow! I can't wait to become Hokage. Hiruzen becomes more serious, his tone darkening just a hint. Naruto, what does being Hokage mean to you? Naruto perks up, confused, but answers anyway. To be the best ninja there is and use cool jutsu. Hiruzen facepalms, exasperated. Partially correct. You need to be the best shinobi but also care for the village. Protect your comrades, make sacrifices. That is what being a Kage is all about. Naruto stares at him, shell-shocked, comprehending the meaning of the position he strives for. Then I will train myself into the ground. Let's get started. His voice holds a renewed vigor, a display of great determination, unknowingly having sealed his own fate. Good. I'm glad. The Hokage approves. Put these on. One on each of your arms, legs. He hands Naruto a pair of what seems to be 4 metal bracelets. Naruto complies, the bracelets slipping on with slick ease. The Sarutobi further instructs him. Channel your chakra into it. He does so, his limbs immediately weighing twice as much. Now run 20 laps around the training grounds. No slacking. What? Naruto exclaims in horror. The ground is the size of a stadium. No way will I last that long. You heard me. Hiruzen, seeing the hesitation that Naruto finds himself in, decides to give him another motivator. If you do this, you step the first step of your ninjutsu training. Naruto needs no further motive. This is the cherry on the cake. He begins the strenuous run at full sprint, not realizing its effects in the long run. The Uzumaki collapses, head spinning as he takes a shuddering breath. He had completed 20 laps apiece and he feels like he had been run over by a bull. His limbs, weighing twice as heavy, had been the major detriment to his progress, and he succumbs to the additional weight, dropping to the ground as he pants heavily, each one a shuddering breath. Clearly worked hard, Hiruzen notes as he strides up to the young Naruto. Sending a pulse of chakra into the weights, he releases them, a weight being lifted off Naruto as he finds his breathing slowing back to a regular pace. As soon as Naruto stands, the same weight encompasses him as he struggles to maintain his current position. Take your time. Get used to it. Hiruzen encourages the boy. When you remove the weights, your speed will have been multiplied. Should you adapt accordingly? Naruto nods, struggling to hop up. Can't you lessen the weight? I could, but the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Naruto grits his teeth, leaping to his feet as he rejoices at his feat. Now teach me some jutsu, Hiruzen scolds him. Ninjutsu is not the only part of your training we cover. Do you think that with all of the ninjutsu prodigies out there, you should focus on them? Even if you excel at it, it is nothing special. Every Hokage has brought something new to the village, and you need to do that. Naruto nods furiously. Sorry, Gigi. It's okay, Naruto. However, please refrain from shouting into my ears. Yes, Gigi. The Sandaime accepts the apology and hands Naruto a piece of seemingly insignificant paper. So this is chakra paper, Gigi? Naruto inquires, twirling it in between his index and middle fingers. Indeed, the aged man responds. Pour some chakra into it and we'll see what nature affinities you possess. Naruto obeys, a trickle of chakra escaping his system as it fuses with the paper, which changes in accordance. Instantly, the paper splits in quarters with a speed unfathomable to the naked eye, the slash invisible but precise, thus splitting the square piece into 4 smaller ones. One begins to soak, the rectangular strip of paper being exposed to water that seems to miraculously materialize, the entire process reducing it to nothing. Likewise, the second strip of paper crackles with bright energy, it wrinkling into a ball about 1 millimeter in diameter. The third burns, flame ferociously reducing it to nothing but ash. The final one simply crumbles to fine powder. The whole ordeal shocks the Sandaime Hokage. Never in my life have I seen anyone so young manifest all 5 nature transformations at such a power. Extraordinary. So, I have all of them? Naruto asks, making sense of the matter. Yes, you do. The Sarutobi remains calm for his sanity's sake. Strong affinities at that. He pauses. Now, run another 20 laps before you are dismissed. First time. From that day onwards, Naruto had produced much effort in response to his mentors. His determination is of that exceeded by none. His vigor constantly renewable in response to any sort of motivation. Having been rigorously trained under strenuous conditions and an ideal instructor, under no circumstance would he have turned out for the worse. After a mere week's worth of training, Naruto had exceeded the abysmal standards he had been going by. His speed is now worthy of any respectable chunin, his strength that of an above-average genin. The physical training, consisting of utilizing weights and endurance-based drills, had yielded excellent results. Additionally, his ninjutsu is up to par with Sasuke in his respective elements, having learnt a C-rank jutsu for each of his 5 affinities. But that is it. The basic nature manipulation exercises had been a breeze for him, a natural talent shining through, accompanying his efforts in the road to success. The aura that he commands had been non-existent, and should he be associated with such a powerful clan, its image would be tarnished. This had called for a makeover, the results of which had ended in a less recognizable appearance. The blonde hair, one of the trademark features exclusive to Naruto alone that had caused a myriad of trouble, had been altered significantly. In honor of his mother and her clan, he had dyed his hair a bright red, the logic being that he may find his late mother's friends in the village and draw them out for their support, should they make the connection. It now lies flat on his head, a few bangs falling down to obscure his right eye from view. His appearance had evolved from the horrendous jumpsuit that he had been wearing. Instead, a navy blue dress shirt with the Uzumaki swirl adorned on its back had replaced it, a pair of slim, black cargo pants paired with it. All of the scars that he had accumulated are hidden by silk gloves. Gloves that his mother had worn. Naruto sits on a chair, poring over a scroll. Flashback. Gigi, did my Kasen leave anything for me? Indeed she did. But you must promise to use it responsibly. I promise. Naruto exclaims, a bit of childhood innocence shining through. Flashback end. He had gained it from his inheritance, though the monetary possessions had been given to Hiruzen to manage. He isn't of age to manage his own funds. This particular scroll is one of the Uzumaki taijutsu styles, the twin beast style. The style had been the core of every Uzumaki's taijutsu, based on an animal of their choice. Most traditionally, the animal would be the one that aligns itself with said Uzumaki's personality best. However, certain individuals have twisted it to their own likings and preferences, thus diminishing their potential in the area of taijutsu. Naruto had come to the conclusion, though a general guideline in the aforementioned scroll, that the style of the Panther would have to work best for him. The Twin Panther style, a feared style that rose to fame alongside Mito Uzumaki, the one who invented and popularized its strength. The style is that of unpredictability. It incorporates the skills necessary to confuse the opponent through immense agility and flexibility, a palette of actions that would play on their emotions, and a measure of strength-based attacks. In summary, it uses agility for defense, emotion manipulation for supports, and powerful attacks. No blocks are used. Naruto smirks. He can't wait for graduation day. It is Konoha's graduation exam day, with Naruto making his first appearance at the academy in a whole week. He strides into the classroom, his electric blue eyes glowing with power as he walks with dominance to him, an air of superiority passively radiating from him. Naruto sits down in the back row and loudly yawns, thus captivating the attention of Irika, who had been lecturing the class on the importance of the exams. All the eyes in the room flicker to him like moths to a flame. "I'm sorry, but this isn't your class," Irika announces, with students snickering at his wrongly perceived misfortune. To the contrary, Naruto speaks, his voice soft and silvery. "I believe that I am." The class stares blankly as Irika shuffles, unnoticed, back to his desk. "Name, Naruto Uzumaki," he claims, causing Irika's head to snap upwards. He decides to go the extra mile. "Databeo." The silence speaks volumes to Naruto, who interprets it well. They are shocked. "Was I really that bad?" Irika coughs, regaining the attention or lack thereof in the case of Shikamaru he had previously commanded. "As I was saying, we will begin with the written test, which will quiz you on your knowledge of." He proceeds to evaluate what the test would cover, before getting Mizuki to hand the papers out, a stack of it in his hands as he walks around the room. Like always, he hands Naruto his paper last. Said Uzumaki peers at his paper disbelievingly. "How am I supposed to name 3 B-rank jutsu and explain their applications in a battle?" His eyes scan the page at a rapid pace. Is this really an academy exam? What kind of academy student would know intermediate Fuinjutsu? This examination can't be for standard academy students. Surely not. This test has to be rigged. But how? From what little information I know about Genjutsu, this should not be one, so does that mean that he switched it under Irika's nose? Naruto finds himself in turmoil. What to do with so many decisions? He decides to cruise through the written examination as best he can. A full hour of answering irrelevant questions to the curriculum that they had been learning from passes. Naruto frenzied as to the difficulty of the questions. More so the fact that his careful revision of shinobi tactics had gone to waste. Finally, the written examination period comes to a close as Irika stands. "You will all now spar against Mizuki. Remember, a passing grade is for you to last 5 minutes." And so the class troops towards the academy training grounds, an outdoor slab of concrete with several training dummies standing to one side. The other side is occupied by a massive ring lined with bleachers. No doubt a tournament setting. First up, Choji Akimichi, Irika declares, clipboard in hand as he beckons said boy to step into the ring. Mizuki grins like a shark. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." And so begins the onslaught of academy students. Despite the fact that their instructor fought only at a low genin level, most of the genin hopefuls find their dreams to be intolerable with the ease at which they are beaten down. Of course, some shone, such as Hinata, who had displayed that she was well-versed in the gentle fist, and Sasuke, who made use of his Uchiha interceptor fist regardless of his lack of Sharingan. Finally came the most curious moment. Naruto Uzumaki, please step into the ring. The aforementioned male complies, entering the ring that had been marked on the otherwise dull concrete with red chalk. His body faces Mizuki, whilst his attention strays far from him. Naruto faces down, his red bangs obscuring his eyes from view, only his mouth left visible, which is set in an unreadable expression. He takes his stance. His left hand rests behind his back, whilst his right falls neatly at his side. His feet are spread evenly, about the length of his overall breadth, an altogether mocking stance that serves to infuriate Mizuki. Naruto recalls an extract from his scroll on the taijutsu that he had been gradually improving. The initial stance of the twin panther style is mocking, something that can anger the weakest of opponents in will and emotion. This causes them to charge in blindly without searching for an opening and should lead to their defeat, should you play your cards right. The text seems to predict Mizuki's moves, as he immediately dashes towards Naruto with a feral gleam in his eyes that terrifies Naruto. He hadn't seen anything like it. Naruto backflips to avoid a lunge from the side, twisting his body to the right to avoid a punch that trails behind the lunge. He performs a low sweep kick, the motion catching Mizuki off guard as he had been expecting a follow-up punch. Naruto jumps to his feet, hastening to perform a devastating combo that could potentially secure a win for him, but his opponent leaps back, aiming to gain some distance. The Uzumaki closes in, the bangs flying away from their natural resting place at the base of his eyes to reveal great, electric blue eyes that sparkle with a flame akin to that of determination. Undying, eternal, and great. Suddenly, Mizuki reacts, throwing a punch that hits him in the shoulder, the sheer force behind it sending Naruto flying. Damn it! The basics of the style never covered predicting such a sudden move. Naruto rights himself in the air as he lands on both feet, his stance slipping into a low crouch, hands outstretched for balance. He scans his surroundings, eyes drifting to locate Mizuki before they go to the one place he hadn't expected. Naruto looks up to find a shadow blocking out the sun, descending at a rapid pace with a leg pointed towards him. He judges the speed of the descent. There isn't ample time to dodge, he realizes, as he raises a hand. The hand forms a claw motion as it closes around something. The ankle of Mizuki's outstretched foot. Perfect. He leaps into the air, slamming Mizuki into the ground, pummeling him as he lies, helpless. So this is the standard genin level? Pathetic. Stop! Iruka cries as he halts the fight. Naruto passes with full marks. The spectating class stares in uncomfortable silence as they blankly gaze at Iruka, alienating him. They have one thought in mind. How could the dead last have gotten so good? Naruto chuckles, attempting to downplay it as trivial. He scratches the back of his head. He comes to a stunning realization. If he didn't underestimate me, then I could have lost. This sparks a flame in him. I must get stronger. I should tell Gigi to do more hours of training. Time skip. Naruto sits, depressed as families surge to congratulate their children that flaunt their new headbands, signifying their graduation of the academy. He sits on the swing, shadows lapping the surface of his face as Iruka gives his graduating speech in front of the parents, knowing that he is the single person who failed. Why me? How could they be as intelligent as to learn such difficult subject material? Why am I so unintelligent, so stupid and so below average? So lost in his thoughts is he that he overlooks Mizuki approaching him. You know, there is a hidden test for those who failed? Naruto looks up, hope to return to his dejected self. Really? Yes. All you have to do is steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and meet me in the forest east of the tower. The boy gets suspicious. That seems too easy. There must be a catch. There is. You must get it done within tonight or you fail. Mizuki's face looks sorrowful, but internally, he grins. Great. He's buying it. Then I'll do so and become Hokage. Naruto quietly cheers, before rushing off to complete his mission. Mizuki smirks, watching the genin hopefuls swarm off to celebratory dinners, full of cheer and in the mood to party. Night had fallen. A barely visible boy moving across the rooftops and stealing through the night to leap onto a windowsill. He shifts the window open, sliding in and subtly leaving it unlocked to provide a possible escape for him. Dressed in a full black suit, Naruto blends in the dark walls of the empty, almost lifeless, Hokage Tower. He spies a plaque at the far end of the deserted hallway that he had entered through and enters the room labeled Library, with one goal in mind. Stepping through, his eyes lock onto his prize like a hawk, it resting, laying flat, on a raised pedestal. A single spotlight shines, showing the forbidden scroll in its full glory. It had been rolled up for a more compact frame, the scroll a cylinder of gold that glints in the artificial light. Naruto takes it, dashing through the halls as an alarm blares to life, red light encompassing the village as an old man is jolted from his sleep in the Sarutobi estate. He exits through the same window, making sure to close and lock it before he leaps down to the eastern forests. Arriving in a clearing, he sits down on a log. The sun is about to set and he had until midnight to get to the specified rendezvous point. 6 hours would have to suffice. In the meantime, I may as well learn the jutsu in here. He opens the scroll, immediately disregarding jutsu that is sacrificial in nature and instead focusing on others. He moves on to learning this interesting jutsu, the Kage Bunshin, a clone that returned its memories to the owner, something that would prove useful when training, and a lab subject for Naruto's jutsu. This is said in the sense that he would play around with its capabilities. Will it revitalize me if I dispel it after it wakes from a nap? Will it heal me should it ingest a soldier pill and dispel? An intriguing factor would be its sense of personality. It would mimic his personality but submit to his demands, which would override the clone's personality. He creates a group of 5 with an hour to spare. Punching them, he finds that they all dispel in a single hit, thus leading him to a conclusion. I must split the amount of chakra to low quantities. That way, I can use quantity over quality for said quality is weak. It is a purely offensive and supplemental jutsu. He moves on, vowing to work on this another time, but now isn't that. However, something catches his eye. A sealing scroll that would contain items of interest. He channels chakra into it, having been taught the basics by Hiruzen, and is immediately surprised as to what it contains. An oversized key? He exclaims in surprise, having expected something that would seem more threatening or viable in a battle. Jutsu scrolls even, but no, in his hand is a golden key, massive in size and comparable to a short sword. He runs a finger across the length of the object, immediately withdrawing it as blood begins to stain his left glove. Stunned, he examines the object at an eye's distance, grimacing as he spies the blood that trickles down into the base of the key. No, a short sword, Naruto realizes, inspecting it. It does have combat uses, after all. The blood stains its hilt, by doing so sparking a chain of events that would eventually lead the world into a new age. It glows, the golden glow encompassing the forest's vast expanse, but at the same time, its magnificence is neglected by all who see it. None of them thinks to even report it, despite the crisis that occurs. What's happening? Surely, someone will come rushing into the forest. I must move. He picks up the scroll and the key sword hybrid, inadvertently vertically twisting the latter in the air. He lets out a scream, dropping the key as it begins to ignite with ghost flames, golden flames that seem to have no effect on reality as it burns harmlessly on the grass. A red labyrinth icon forms midair as it begins to rearrange itself into words that blaze in the air, captivating the attention of the boy. Gate of Babylon. Naruto reads, the cuneiform-like writing coming to life with a loud hiss as a singular glowing ripple manifests behind him, seeming to defy reality itself. It had materialized in the air, a far cry from the humble one that would form in the oceans. He twists around slowly, ensuring that he didn't leave any part of his body within the possible trajectory of a projectile, should it manifest. A gentle breeze rocks his figure, drawing a shiver from him. It had been a rather humid night, and the sudden appearance of wind is a disturbing omen. The ripple pulses with transparent energy, it enlarging as note surfaces. No, it is a scroll, made of silver with gold trim. He unrolls its contents, immersed in its workings, and begins to read. So immersed is he that he fails to realize a hilt dislodge itself from whatever lies beyond the ripple, simply lying in wait to be grasped by its intended wielder. To whoever is reading this message, my name is Aina Uzumaki. Long ago, our clan had forged 5 swords. Each harnessed the core elements of nature: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. Each had been imbued with their respective element through a phenomenon that greatly enhanced their potential and potency. This is the basic broadsword, a sword that is the base for all potential Uzumaki Kenjutsu specialists. Signing off, Aina Uzumaki. At the mention of a sword, Naruto's head rises from the scroll to see the hilt that had miraculously materialized from the ripple, the rest concealed. He touches the ripple, scrutinizing whether it is a portal to an alternate dimension or some space-time ninjutsu. It is solid. The latter it is. Shrugging, he aligns himself with the ripple so that it is just above his left shoulder. A shink resounds throughout the clearing, signaling a sharp blade, as Naruto extracts the sword from the ripple, just as one would from a sheath, and he glances at the sword in its full glory. It has a silver hilt with a crossguard that reflects the moonlight that the trees of the clearing had parted away from to provide. Within it lies a simple ruby that swirls with fog that signals a foreboding future. From the hilt spouts a blade proportionate to Naruto's size. It had been made of gold and nothing else, its edge like a razor. Naruto holds it in his hand. It felt so light yet so balanced in his grip. He takes a swing at a nearby tree, the one hand wielding it as he does so with ease. He gaps at the tree. Having swung the broadsword with his full might, the results are astonishing. The blade cleaves into the bark, the sheer sharpness of the sword leading it through half the tree before it comes to a halt. Naruto dislodges it from its position in the tree and marvels at the damage it had caused. Now, how do I make this thing vanish? Naruto wonders. As if on cue and in response to his words, the ripple that had previously dissipated reappears, drawing the sword, blade first into it before it removes itself from reality altogether. Something else that I'll have to experiment with, Naruto notes as he proceeds to read the forbidden scroll. The serenity of the lack in disturbance comes to an end. However, a chilling voice echoes throughout the clearing. Good, Naruto. Now, hand over the scroll and you immediately pass. Suddenly, reality catches up to Naruto. Why would he ask me to retrieve the forbidden scroll of sealing when it contains such dangerous jutsu? Some of them are sacrificial in nature. Things don't add up. Mizuki taps his foot on the ground impatiently. He crosses his arms, eyes shiftily looking around but fixated at an angle where he could see Naruto through his peripheral vision. The shifty eyes mean that he's looking out for something or someone. Who is he being cautious of? Me or someone else? Also, why is he so impatient? Does he need to meet a deadline of sorts, or is he anxious to pass me on this test? Mizuki's eyes begin to drift away from Naruto. Eye contact non-existent. No, this cannot be a test under any circumstances. I've seen what's in the scroll, and no academy student would be enlisted to do this. Abruptly, a rustle in the bushes to the far right of the clearing sounds, with Mizuki's head immediately snapping to the sound. His eyes narrow before his gaze returns to Naruto, who attempts to seem convinced by a clear charade. A traitor to the village. That's what Mizuki is. Quickly, Naruto, Mizuki urges, hand outstretched. Naruto rolls it up, stalling for time. Whoever is in the bush must get out now. I don't know if I can hold him. No, Naruto. A cry comes from the right as a figure comes rushing out of the bush, kunai outstretched with its left hand in position for a pushing motion. Irika-sensei, Naruto realizes as he leaps backwards, tossing the scroll behind as he rushes to engage his mentor-turned-traitor. Right-tun. Hakadori no Mure no Jutsu, lightning style. Swarm of hummingbirds technique. Naruto cries whilst he sprints towards Mizuki, who in turn rushes towards the scroll. Student and unbiased instructor intercept traitor. Two kunai meet as a flurry of shuriken goes to supplement the hummingbirds, their features as delicate and so intricately aligned that they could be mistaken for flying sparks of light. Flashes of light rocket towards Mizuki, still locked in a battle of kunai against Irika. Mizuki's head tilts. Not noticeable, but just a fraction that is enough. He twists his body, the lightning jutsu splashing harmlessly onto the ground. What had been concealed within its shadow, however, hits its mark. With a sickening thud, a single shuriken draws blood, embedded in the base of Mizuki's arm. Mizuki cries out in pain, his grip on the kunai slackening as Irika gains the upper hand, slashing at his head. The traitor ducks, the kunai shaving the crown of his head. He rolls away, transitioning into a backflip that greatly separates him from his opponents, but also his objective. He grits his teeth as he tears off a piece of his ripped clothing to stop the bleeding of his arm. He pulls a Fuma Shuriken from its resting place at his back, launching it directly towards the scroll. Those are Konohagakure's most valued jutsu. If he impales it on the shuriken, then the work of our ancestors have gone to waste. Iruka thinks and in desperation, launches himself forwards. Thunk! The repulsive noise of metal lodging itself within the complexities of human flesh resounds. Naruto's head snaps to spot the massive shuriken that had become no stranger to Iruka's back, protruding from an area just near his spine. Naruto sighs one of relief as his brain registers the information. At least he won't suffer a permanent injury. His gaze returns to Mizuki, eyes widening. He had disappeared. Naruto quickly spins on his feet, looking upwards but to no avail. Not left, not right, not back, not up. So he must be. He begins to leap away, channeling chakra to his feet, but to no effect. The ground under him splits upon, a muddied hand pulling him asunder into the depths of a tunnel, seemingly a constricting and questionable size. The ground closes up, restraining Naruto in an earthly prison, the chains binding him strong as it is made of. Mizuki shimmers into existence, an eerie smile on his face. It mocks Naruto's very presence, a sinister vibe stemming from it. The boy shudders at the prospect of him being subject to the traitor's will. He glances over to his mentor of a year. Iruka's eyes droop, slowly losing consciousness as he slurs out a few words. Incomprehensible words. It frustrates Naruto that he couldn't even hear what seemed to be Iruka's last words. Parting words of a lifetime. He stares helplessly, ignoring his captor as he ponders. He ponders on weakness. How could I have been so weak? Am I truly at his mercy? He ponders on melancholy nostalgia. He tried to help me, but as a result, we will both die. He comes to one shattering realization. Why am I so weak? As Mizuki continues to goad him, Naruto's sudden flare of emotion begins to calm. A shinobi must always keep their emotions in check. Shinobi rule number 33. His tactical mind kicks in. I've just learnt the Kage Bunshin and the ripple thing, the latter of which may work. It vanished when I commanded it to. Can try. Are you even listening? Mizuki roars, jolting Naruto from his thoughts. It's now or never. He thinks in raw desperation. Peer. Perfectly timed. The ripple forms just as Mizuki brings down a kunai. With his earlier experiment, the ripple manifests in such a precise position that the physique of the said apparition blocks the offending blade. A lapse in concentration plagues Mizuki as he releases the oppressive jutsu that binds Naruto to a single place, thus allowing the aforementioned captive to escape. He does so swiftly, immediately grabbing the hilt of the broadsword as he swings it towards his instructor-turned-traitor. He swings it, cleaving through the hunk of flesh. Naruto stares, collapsing to the floor as he weeps at the unfairness of the world. So I am a murderer, then? Why did it have to be me? Why Kami? Then comes pain, the agony that he is unprepared to face, as he is sent flying, sword still in hand by a barrage of punches. The punches keep coming, relentlessly pelting him like pests, except these are no mere pellets. These punches are harmful, each dealing a substantial blow to him. Naruto's nervous system had stopped receiving pain. Every blow is lost on him as he simply stares, uncomprehendingly. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Believe it. Once you do, I will gladly hand the hat to you, Naruto. His repetitive conversations with his grandfather in his youth play in his mind like a broken radio set to replay previous showcases without end or pause. I have failed you, Gigi. Naruto finds himself in a dark place. This world will never accept me as Hokage. His dreams shattered, his mind shuts down. Keep the hat. I am unworthy of it. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, as another voice steps in to halt the mental breakdown he faces, catastrophe appearing to be the only outcome that would ever come to be. I must remain strong. This is no situation to show weakness. One last push. And now you shall die by my hand. In the name of Orochimaru-sama. Mizuki raises a dagger above his head, about to plunge it into the base of Naruto's skull. The cold, hard metal about to pierce long white bones. No more emotions until the trial is over. A fit of feral anger overtakes his rational feelings, rage coursing through his veins. No way am I dying today. I will live on to pass on my clan's legacy and collect the 5 mythical blades of the Uzumaki as many have before me. Instincts of the survivalist overtake him. He raises the broadsword in a shaky block, but is quickly overwhelmed by the sheer strength Mizuki had used. He flicks the blade to the side in a parry to the kunai as he leaps into the air. Now, the survivalist had done its part. The killer instincts, that of a marauder, manifests in Naruto, the will to live formed in the consensus of kill or be killed. Chakra no ha! He cries with a heavily veiled desperation. His anger and hate directed towards Mizuki for all the years of sabotage, all the unfairness and the imbalance. A blade of chakra, for that is the Jutsu's name, manifests, glowing around the basic broadsword. A blinding white chakra that seems to radiate power but benevolence at the same time. A rare combination in such a cruel existence. Power is often associated with strong but brutal. Benevolence is attributed to those with nothing to lose, so they give all they can. To see the two workings in perfect sync is a rarity amongst rarities. A one-in-a-lifetime odd. He swings it downwards as Mizuki leaps back. Seeing this, Naruto charges forwards with the blade raised overhead. One strike is all it takes. Enveloped with heavenly energy, Naruto slashes downwards, the power carrying the blade all the way through the strainful process. It cleaves through Mizuki, splitting him in half from a vertical perspective. He had halved his skull, and all sorts of fluids leak out of him. Brain fluids, blood, etc. Naruto retches, before collapsing, bathed in his own vomit and the traitor's blood. The ripple returns his broadsword, cleansed of all the foul odors and substances that had engulfed it. Naruto is unconscious. Oh well, it is his first time after all. 3 team. Dysfunctional or potential. Naruto and the Hokage sit down, facing each other at opposite sides of the latter's desk. "What can you tell me about that night?" said Hokage asks, a mask of seriousness engulfing a voice of concern. "This is no time for games. A traitor could have stolen the village's most coveted techniques, and by a miracle it hadn't. Mizuki betrayed the village." Naruto answers, his voice dulled to the point of apathetic. It sounds dead, devoid of all emotion and features. Even his verbal tick, which I as the author will not write. Just imagine it being there at the end of most sentences that Naruto says with an exclamation mark. Had all but disappeared, and Hiruzen presses, waves of guilt encompassing his conscience. But he holds on. Village first. That is what he had sworn as his oath. He said something about Orochimaru, Naruto answers. Seeing his grandfather figure's face turn pale, he inquires further. "Who is that?" "An S-class missing nin of Konohagakure," Hiruzen answers in a hard tone. "And?" Naruto persists, thus reversing the previous roles of interrogator and suspect. "He used to be my student." "Oh, okay," Naruto lamely responds, his tone back to the one devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Seeing this, Hiruzen begins to console Naruto on having his first kill. Knowing full well that the boy is listening attentively, Hiruzen spits it all out in one short lecture. The first kill is always the hardest. He pauses for emphasis. "But know this, it was either him or you, and I would rather Mizuki die than you." He ruffles Naruto's red hair, thus messing it up as said boy swats his hand away. Hiruzen smiles. At least he is responsive, he thinks. Such is the life of a shinobi. Where is our sensei? He should be here by now. Sakura screeches, storming around the scene as she furiously rages in a temper. Sasuke broods in a corner, simply staring off into space. And finally, Naruto. He sits facing the door, the grin that many had come to associate with his pranks being sported on his face. The door swings open, and a man steps through the doorway. He has silver hair that seems to defy gravity, standing up with the lack of an adhesive substance such as a gel. His eyes are heavy-lidded, or rather his other is covered by his Konoha forehead protector. Additionally, his mouth is obscured with a face mask, immediately catching the attention of Sakura. Does he have buck teeth? He wears a standard Konoha flak jacket. Immediately, he gets the treatment, a consequence of his lateness. Kunai was through the air on a collision course towards him as he steps through the door, the Jonin tripping over a strand of shinobi wire to narrowly dodge the barrage, which extracts a chunk of his hair. Naruto stands from his sitting position, facing Kakashi with a cold, hard stare. Despite this, however, Kakashi glimpses a multitude of emotions. Recognition, a shocking warmth. Apathy, a stoic void in the depths of the ocean. But above all, fear. Where apathy had manifested in a lack of warmth or cold, fear materializes as a freezing tendril. Something that corrupts even the purest of humans. As quickly as it blasts Kakashi, it vanishes, leaving the hard stare. Let that be a learning experience, sensei. Naruto spits with a silvery tone, clear and light, devoid of negative emotion regardless of the fact that the tone had directly contrasted the previous action. Never be late. He says it so lightly that Kakashi almost thinks he had been forgiven. But then he sees the eyes. A pointed stare, a far cry from the cold gaze that he had previously demonstrated. So he is being serious, Kakashi realizes. The stare had been to reaffirm this, to prove a point. Well, meet me at the roof of the building in 5 minutes. Kakashi vanishes, dirtying the floor as he does so. Nothing but a pile of leaves remaining. Naruto climbs out of the window, his feet attaching to the wall. Immediately, his thoughts center around keeping himself on the exercise. He walks forwards, the pace slow but steady as he covers the height of floors every few steps. Channel chakra into your feet. Not too much and not too little. You must find that balance. He had found him a long time ago, the minute amount of chakra foreign to him, but something he could do with the expense of an entire day training. Even so, after finding the almost non-existent amount of chakra, it still requires thought. Nearly there, Naruto mentally notes as he finds himself almost at the ledge that marks the roof. Approximately 3 steps. Steps 1 and 2 get him to the ledge, with the third righting himself, a longer stride instead of the unsure steps he had been taking. Kakashi stands on the roof, staring at a petit orange book, letting out a giggle. Naruto stares at him with revolt in his eyes. Isn't that the same book that the perverted Jiraiya makes? How disgusting, he coughs. It had been 4 minutes since he had left the classroom. Kakashi pulls out a pocket watch. Tick. 5 minutes pass. Where are they? Surely they can't be this slow. 6 minutes pass. I swear that if they don't arrive within the next minute, that I will go down there and drag them up here myself. Lateness is a plague, and on the brink of the 7th minute, the duck's butt hairstyle is visible as it pokes out of the staircase. Surely, one Sasuke Uchiha surfaces from the depths of the staircase, huffing as he sees Naruto sitting next to Kakashi, though the silence is deafening. How did Naruto Baka get up here faster than Sasuke-kun? The silence is broken. It seems that even though her imaginary boyfriend is exhausted from the short jog, she had reserved stamina specifically for the tedious job of screeching. On instinct, Naruto's hands clamp over his ears at the sound that should be attributed to a demon, not any human. Kakashi, seeing the scale of the problem that Sakura provides to Naruto, reprimands her. Do not raise your voice, Sakura. Why? She screeches, further agonizing Naruto, who winces. Seeing this, she smirks cruelly. Jutsu, silencing seal. Kakashi disappears in a swirl of leaves, a gentle breeze letting them descend to the floor. He reappears, lightly tapping her on the shoulder as the seal is applied with a dark glow. What did you do to me? Sakura cries, rather attempts to. She speaks this in a flat tone, her eyes contrasting this monotone with a hint of distress. Naruto removes his hands from his ears. Ever since he had begun actual shinobi training with his grandfather in All But Blood, his senses had surfaced to be prodigious, his hearing alone not having an extensive reach, but rather a much more accurate sensitivity that allows him to pick up sounds at an amplified level. He sighs one of relief, Sasuke doing the same. Sakura stares at the latter with hurt in her eyes, betrayal exuding from her body as she whines like a piteous dog. Sasuke-kun? She whimpers, HN. He grunts as he moves away from her, huffing. This action proves to be heartbreaking to Sakura, as tears form in her eyes. Naruto watches this in shock. How could I never have noticed this before? Why did I even like her in the first place? His contemplation is disrupted, however, as Kakashi speaks, accusingly. Right? Now that we've all arrived, this cues an accusing glare at the Uchiha and his wounded fangirl. Introduce yourselves. Sakura's hand snaps up like she's in a classroom or a heavily controlled learning environment. Yes, Sakura? Put your hand down. Sakura blushes in embarrassment, doing as she is told. Well, could you go first? We don't know what to say. She trails off, only just realizing how utterly sheltered and dense she sounds. But the harm is done. Naruto and Kakashi instantly begin to stare, incredulously, at her. Sasuke follows suit. The Jonin decides that he should be the mature one in this instance and speaks. Name, age, likes and dislikes, dreams for the future are all easy, no? He innocently inquires, earning a giggle from Naruto as Sakura stares downwards. All jokes aside, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My hobbies are of no concern. I like my hobbies and dislike people who don't. I have no dreams. Naruto sweat drops. All we learnt was his name. You're next, Pinky. I'm Sakura Haruno. What I like is, who I like is. She giggles. That's enough, Kakashi interjects, already tired of her drivel. You're next, Sir Broody. Sasuke grunts. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like anyone and I dislike only Itachi. I will avenge my clan and destroy a certain someone. Sakura squeals as he resumes his brooding. Kakashi sighs. Finally, you ready? Naruto nods, replying. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. His tone light and positive. No hint of negativity. The optimistic vibes he exudes are great, but veiled to not get too rambunctious as he was before. I like people who look at me and see me for I am, ramen, and I dislike the villagers and emo banshee too. My dream. He pauses, and speaks his next words with such an ardor that the others almost believed his words. I'm going to become Hokage. They stare at him, almost believing it before they realize just who had said it. Sasuke chuckles darkly as Sakura follows, hers being devoid of emotion. Dobe, dead last. You will never attain that position. That's for me when I killed Itachi. Silence, Kakashi cries, stepping in. Meet me in Training Ground 7 at 8 a.m. sharp. Hi, Sensei. Naruto leaves before anyone has the chance to respond. What's up, Gigi? Naruto bursts through the gates that lead to the Hokage training ground. Said man looks up from a scroll he had been perusing, a smile of joy plastered onto his face. Naruto, my boy, he exclaims, hugging the boy. How have you been? Despite the fact that he had seen him the day previous, he greets Naruto as if he would never see him again. I'm fine, he mumbles as he smooths out the wrinkles that had appeared on his clothes. His voice takes on a serious tone. I need to up my training. Oh, Hiruzen, surprised, asks, what brought this on? Naruto's voice takes on a rare, darker undertone, his voice devoid of emotion where before he had exhibited much of it. I realized that Mizuki-sensei could have beaten me if he hadn't underestimated me. I need to get stronger to protect the village. His voice is full to the brim with frustration, his lack of strength a major worry to him. Hiruzen sighs. Well, if you insist. His expression takes on a more contemplative one. We can begin expanding your ninjutsu repertoire, he concludes, his decision made. Naruto's face brightens like the night today, his red hair flying. What's first? He exclaims. However, Hiruzen has other ideas. Well, before we do that, you need to work on your control over emotions. What? Why? Naruto demands, his entire demeanor already aggressive to many. If you had said that to anyone else, they would have attacked in fear of being attacked, the aged Sandaime points out. Oh, I see. His attitude becomes more receptive and open-minded. So I should shut off my emotions? Hiruzen's eyes widen as he hastens to rectify his mistake. No, it is okay to be like this with friends and family, but to your enemies, you must retain a calm demeanor. Naruto now realizes his mistake. Yes, sensei. He calmly speaks in the light tone that he commonly does. Much better. Now we will begin on ninjutsu. Naruto waits expectantly. The name of this jutsu is the Lightning Gauntlet technique. It is C-rank Raitun ninjutsu that allows you to create a gauntlet of lightning that will lightly electrocute your opponent. Immediately, Naruto spots a flaw in this jutsu's usage. But Gigi, won't this be useless? Light electrocution doesn't do much damage. The elder Sarutobi smiles with pride in his student's logical deduction. Correct. However, This technique will disrupt the opponent's chakra. Naruto grins. So if the opponent is building up chakra for a super large jutsu, then this will stop it? Spot on, Naruto. Already he begins to analyze the jutsu's uses. Remember, if you can master this jutsu and use it fast enough, the opponent will not be able to cast any of their techniques. Hi, sensei, he happily exclaims, excited. Hiruzen begins to delve into the more technical side of mastering ninjutsu. For this jutsu to properly manifest, you must first call the ambient static electricity to your right hand. Seeing that his mentor wouldn't give out further instructions, Naruto focuses on molding the resident static electricity in the air, beginning the process that he had become accustomed to. He attracts it through a slight electromagnetic pull that ultimately leads to a quicker gathering speed. Abruptly, within 20 seconds of concentration, a brilliant blue sphere forms to encompass Naruto's palm. Still, at his side, the electricity dancing in the air as it waits to be unleashed. However, this patience is for nothing as the sphere fizzles out. Hiruzen's critical eye reprimands Naruto. Try that again, but this time, reduce the speed that you create the lightning at. Nodding, Naruto resumes his practice. So I should pour chakra in at a faster pace. He pours 4 times the chakra in a steady flow, cleaving the time needed by the vast majority. Takes 4 seconds. The sphere manifests the bountiful amount of chakra, sustaining it for 30 seconds before it fizzles out. Much better, the Sandaime praises. Now, compress the lightning into a gauntlet, with the majority of it at the tip. Naruto does so, a rough 3 seconds of wait until the sparks of a magnificent blue form, dancing around his palm. He wills it with all of his might, his will transferring through his connection to the lightning sparks that he unconsciously shapes it into the specified shape. It manifests, a magnificent gauntlet complete with crevices and detail forming. Seeing the approving nod from Hiruzen, he rushes towards one of the many training dummies that had been lined up around the edge of the grounds. He bounds across the special training grounds, his senses on a new high as he feels himself become all the more responsive to the environment around him. He ducks around the leaves that fall as if they are punches from invisible enemies, twirling and performing kicks as if warding them off. He slams his fist, the gauntlet by the extent of this motion, into the nearest dummy. It hits, seemingly splashing innocuously on its surface. But the two know better. The dummy had just withstood enough electricity to fully shock and paralyze a human for a few seconds. Seconds that could be the deciding factor in any fight. Well done, Naruto. The Sarutobi grins, congratulating him. Now, let's work on your taijutsu. Until the sunset and night befell upon the elemental nations, the two train, working as hard as can be to perfect his twin Panther style. So far, he had mastered the basics of the complex style. This includes the involved tactics, necessary movements, and so on. Eventually, he would progress onto more advanced maneuvers and strategy. 8 in the morning and Naruto finds himself exiting his apartment. That is one thing that his hypothetical grandfather couldn't fix. His living arrangements. He sighs. Oh well, you can't have everything in life, though I don't have much. He walks to the 7th training ground through the winding streets of Konoha, reveling in the peace and lack of oppression directed towards him. With the unforeseen change in appearance, nobody had even noticed the Uzumaki swirl on his clothing, nor the alikeness he held to his mother. Not even the powerful electric blue eyes that he possesses, a far cry from the mischievous azure he had, like that of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Of course, the absence of warfare has made Konoha soft, their bloodlines and clan strength diminishing with every passing generation. If this generation didn't do something, then the hopes of Konoha remaining as the reigning top of the great 5 hidden villages are slim. Slim to none. In fact, Naruto could easily tell you the given flaws with every clan that exists within Konoha. A literal goldmine of information should he be swayed. He would never do that willingly, to enemy hands. The remaining Uchiha is too arrogant, is pampered to the point of laziness, and is concerned only with reviving his clan and avenging it. The Inuzuka are simply too brash and too straightforward. No sense of deception, whether it be applying it or detecting it, allows them to be outplayed with ease. The adhering can be easily countered by close-range specialists in nintaijutsu. It's all a matter of awareness on their bugs and countering them with ninjutsu. The Nara are too lazy. Again, a matter of awareness to evade their clan's shadow jutsu. They have little to no skill in other areas until they develop it when they get older. The Yamanaka has been reduced to running a petty flower shop. Otherwise, their mind jutsu is really only efficient when one is distracted. The Akimichi have been swayed in their strict regime of skills, now reduced to using brute force instead of deception, a shinobi's #1 tool. The Hyuga are simply too reliant on their manipulation over the chakra points, whether it be the rotation or the gentle fist. All of their jutsu is either impractical or confined to a set range. An example is the rotation technique. Whilst the user rotates, they are blissfully unaware as to their surroundings, so when they end the technique, they can easily get a fist to the face. And that's all of the main clans of Konoha. Absolutely pathetic. Even the management system is a crisis. Pitiful, wretched politicians of no stature vying for control. The civilian council causing problems for everyone. Naruto sighs. Again, the world is imperfect. Hopefully, I will right the wrongs of my predecessors. He arrives in plain sight of a massive, ornate gate crafted of rusted steel. I'm surprised that this is even standing. It swings open to accommodate his presence within the training grounds with a horrible screeching that he winces at. Not as bad as Sakura, but definitely near her level. It is that bad. He steps through warily, his piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings, and already his tactical mind sets in. The forest around the perimeter will lead to a lot of hit-and-run tactics should an opponent be the central clearing. Otherwise, it will be used as an ambush, recovery, or hiding point, though if we are up against Kakashi, the latter three will be ineffective. Already, Sasuke and Sakura had arrived, setting down on logs of beheaded trees. Comedically, Sasuke would constantly move his log to another place. Logs had been uprooted, and Sakura would follow, relentlessly pestering him with questions. Naruto simply waits, standing up. Eventually, Kakashi arrives, his presence announced by the same metallic screeching. 5 minutes late. Not bad. Naruto strides up to him pointedly. I will accept being within 5 minutes late. He walks away, leaving Kakashi stunned by this direct and blunt behavior. He walks towards the group of three, Naruto being ignored by the other two, and begins to talk, hence commandeering their attention. It is the genin test. Immediately, their heads snap upwards. What do you mean? Naruto asks the question that represents all of their thoughts. Yeah, we already did the one at the academy. Why do we need to repeat it? Wrong, Sakura. The academy test is to weed out those who have no chance of being shinobi. So this one is the final qualification round for us to become genin? Naruto catches on fast, inquiring this for confirmation. Indeed, Sasuke grunts in acknowledgement. HN, what do we do? Let's get this over with. A dejected Sakura asks. Passing the easy test doesn't make me eligible for the harder one. I must remain strong for my Sasuke-kun. Kakashi withdraws 2 items from a pouch on his waist, swinging them in front of the group of freshly graduated academy students almost hypnotically, but Naruto opts to focus on the task at hand instead of what isn't. 2 bells. You get them, you pass. Kakashi states. Plain and simple. What if we don't? Sakura worries. Then you are sent back to the academy. Sakura gulps. Outwardly, Sasuke scoffs. This'll be a breeze. I wouldn't be so sure. Kakashi banters. Come at me with the intent to kill, but sensei will hurt you. Naruto makes his presence known in the conversation. He's a Jonin, Sakura, an A-rank ninja in the bingo book. We can't say as much about ourselves. Sasuke frowns. He hadn't been aware of this information. And just what is this bingo book? Exactly? It's probably an alibi for you to sound smart in front of Sasuke-kun. Sakura's demand turns into an exclamation. Naruto shrugs nonchalantly. Whatever works for you. Seeing Sakura about to implode on herself, Kakashi steps in. Actually, the bingo book is a list of the most dangerous shinobi or kunoichi, but that's beside the point. Naruto has a bored face on, seemingly aloof. You have 3 hours to get the bells from me. Your time starts now, Kakashi announces. Naruto is the first to act, leaping into the foliage and cover that the trees nearby so conveniently provide, glimpsing his teammates. though he would object to calling them as such, mimic the action in different directions. He scoffs, spying Kakashi, leaving himself exposed on a multitude of angles, as he reads, sitting in the center of the clearing. Being underestimated is the best advantage an opponent can give you, Naruto recalls as he comes to realize Kakashi's game plan. He's provoking the other two to engage him. It's a taunt, a mockery. It also limits the time we have to work with. Naruto freezes. Why would he put us against each other like that? Teams are meant to work together, not conflict against. There has never been a three-man cell always the standard for. He needs us to work together. That's it. Meanwhile, Kakashi's mouth twitches upwards. Just for the majority of a second. Interesting. So he has deduced the true intentions behind the bell test. And so early, too. It's been a mere 5 minutes. He had sensed Naruto heading towards his teammates' chakra signatures. Of course, Sakura would latch onto Sasuke. I'll give him the better part of 10 minutes to convince them before I start trying. With Naruto, things haven't exactly gone smoothly. Why should we work with you, Naruto Baka? Sakura inquires, albeit with an unnatural volume to it that had been far surpassed by her previous pitch. All in all, the seal had been effective, just not an entire noise-canceling a treatment. That's the meaning of the test. We work as a team, he passes us. Naruto responds in a free, light tone, one that makes them take him less than seriously. Yeah, right. Sakura immediately scoffs. It's a plot for you to steal Sasuke-kun's fame. Naruto sighs. I knew it would come to this, but I thought best to try. He vanishes in a cloud of smoke. Where'd he go? Simultaneously, Naruto opts to confront his mentor, Kakashi-sensei. He addresses in a low voice, less silvery and more menacing. Said man's head snaps to attention, stowing away his book as he stands. Naruto, so you have discovered the true meaning behind the test? He inquires after a good second of thought. He is wary of me, Naruto realizes, formulating a reply. Indeed, it wasn't too hard. The complications come in the form of my teammates. He sighs theatrically. The dramatic side of Naruto recedes into him, as the aura of a warrior surrounds him, not physically manifesting but in the form of a few quirks, stance, demeanor, the hardened look in his eyes. Kakashi notes this down to report to Hokage. His battle instincts tingle violently, a sure sign of intuition that something is headed his way. Kakashi dives to the right as a blade appears where he had just been. Why that sneaky little... He could have decapitated me. Naruto can't resist a jibe. You told us to come with the intent to kill, didn't you, sensei? He so innocently says, words full of satire that fly towards Kakashi. Said Jonin growls. He charges forwards, arms raised in an overused rush. Lesson 1, Taijutsu. He exclaims, lunging forwards only for both punches to be evaded by a quick leap backwards. Naruto lands in a tree, quickly shifting his figure as to land on a branch. He leaps back to the clearing, immediately caught unawares as to the location of his opponent, hopefully, one that would be momentary. He scans his surroundings. Naruto's eyes widen as he finally glimpses Kakashi directly below him, tracking his trajectory as to predict where he would land. Kakashi crouches, readying a punch. Naruto, however, is running through permutations in his head, dozens calling to him but many just unsuitable for this situation. Gate of Babylon appear. He mutters as the ripple forms, a blade produced from it on a collision course with his adversary's back. Thankfully, he dodges, thus allowing Naruto to land safely. They lock eyes, dashing towards each other at the exact same time, the broadsword vanishing within the expanse of the ripple. They exchange multiple hits, the end results greatly similar to the beginning. They both leap back, battered and bruised. Kakashi analyzes the situation. He's already landed hits on me, not to mention the vanishing sword that he has. This has gone on for far too long. Meanwhile, Naruto harbors similar thoughts. We've exchanged hits. He will resort to ninjutsu or genjutsu, both of which will overwhelm me eventually. Sasuke and Sakura will arrive soon enough. The traps placed by my clones will deter them for another 15 minutes or so. This has dragged on for far too long. Both come to an ultimatum, Kakashi not even questioning his decision. He had come across too many child prodigies to underestimate yet another one. We need to end this now. Second lesson, ninjutsu. Kakashi cries as he launches a fireball from his mouth, the sphere engulfed with flames that lick at the air, feeding off it. Water release, water wall. Naruto speaks, performing the necessary hand seals at speeds twice that the best of his age could muster. From an unknown source forms the water wall. Naruto, having drawn it from the ground, allows it to construct itself from the ground up. Literally, fire meets water as steam wafts into the air from the impact. The fireball gyrates against the wall of water until both dissipate, evidence of the collision the vapor in the air. The vapor obscures a measure of their vision, thus calling for half-blind combat. Naruto smirks. My advantage. The ripple forms, glowing with an ethereal aura, a magnificent shade of gold that shines through the fog, radiating a sense of power as well as grandeur. Chakra no ha, he calls, summoning the broadsword he had become acquainted within the limited time he had possessed it. He conducts his chakra through the blade, calling forth the powerful yet benevolent chakra that seems to be an aura, dense to the point of it being clearly visible. A pure white hue with flecks of gold surrounds the blade in a single motion, the energy as orderly as to not protest against its confinement, no matter how temporary. He swings, the energy elongating the more the blade travels in its wide arc, expelling a massive crescent of energy that soars towards Kakashi. Naruto watches with intrigue to discern the final results of his jutsu when he feels a cold, hard presence at his neck. He freezes. He got behind me, then, give up, Kakashi instructs. At this, rage floods Naruto's mind. All these years, the scum of the village have told me this. I will never give up. His hand inches towards Kakashi's waist, where he knows the bells lie in wait, but it is caught by the captor. Kakashi grasps his hand, pulling it behind his back as to restrain it. Here, Naruto seizes the opportunity. Both of his hands are occupied, one with the kunai and the other with my left hand. With the blade still in his right hand, Naruto performs a maneuver. He spins, ducking as he does so to avoid the kunai slash that barely phases him, shaving some of his red hair from overhead. Swinging his sword, he cleaves through Kakashi's abdomen, stopping halfway through. Am I still a murderer? It isn't like he was going to kill me, right? So why did I kill him? Why did I? His thoughts are cut off by a jab to the windpipe, followed up by a fist to the solar plexus. It sends him flying, and he, still in shock, is helpless to do anything as Konoha Ogi, Taijutsu, Senin Goroshi. He is impaled and sent flying back to where he had come from. Kakashi stands from his crouching position he had used to perform that most unyouthful technique. In the words of his supposed eternal rival, he sighs, I must say, Naruto, you are truly skilled for your age. I would never have expected for you to… What? His confession turns into an exclamation of surprise as Naruto turns into a cloud of smoke. There's no way he could have mastered the Kage Bunshin. No chance in hell. Kakashi looks around like a hawk, his hearing enhanced as he is robbed of his sight. A swish to the left, a clear sign of chakra-enhanced speed being put to use. A whoosh originates from his back, and in response, Kakashi spins around, kunai raised in a defensive stance. Naruto steals through the smoke that yields him the advantage. The smoke is of his own chakra, hence making it even denser than the smoke of a dispelled shadow clone would be. In position, he clones himself, relaying them their commands which they soon obey. Kakashi begins to lightly sweat, as he hears sounds akin to that of a stampede. No genin has ever done this before. Dust wafts into his nose as he quickly exhales to get rid of it. Perfect opportunity. One that conveniently leaves Kakashi open to assault, which Naruto decides to capitalize on. You never know when the next opening will arise. Naruto dashes forwards, broadsword positioned in a guard with the blade pointing diagonally upwards to the left and the hilt resting in his right hand. Having confided in his grandfather and #1 supporter about the Gate of Babylon as well as his broadsword, Naruto had been working on some new kenjutsu moves to suit his style. Many can argue that with a broadsword, one should utilize, conventionally, both hands to grip it. Naruto does so, his left hand latching on to the hilt whilst his right slides down to the pommel of the sword. He nears Kakashi, swinging his blade twice. Each slash is in a diagonal motion, from top left to the bottom right and the opposite for the second. Kakashi parries, kunai and broadsword whistling with the aura of trained users of their respective weapons. Both blades hurrying to and fro as the fight's tide changes constantly, every move impacting the outcome of the battle. Naruto has entered his element. All pretense of light banter that he had displayed before is gone. So absorbed is he that he doesn't even realize the change that he had just undergone. A calculating gleam enters his eyes, attempting to predict his opponent's moves by subtle movements of the body, trajectories, and so on. His body moves fluidly as he swings his blade with a precision preceded by those years older than him. His sword beats relentlessly upon Kakashi's kunai, the latter of whom had drawn 2 kunai in order to keep up with the absolute disaster that he was facing. His mind is that of instinct. Within battle, your opponent will not let up on the assault, and thus you must think on your feet. Instinct and reaction are key in swordplay. Naruto bears down on an overhead strike, his first mistake. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately sidesteps before lunging, thus forcing Naruto onto the defensive as he steps back, allowing Kakashi to press on him. The cycloptic jonin spins at speeds equating his rank, a whirlwind of 2 blades formed by speed alone. Hakadori no Mure no Jutsu. Naruto cries, the momentum Kakashi had accumulated propelling him on a collision course towards him and in a last-ditch effort, sends the hummingbirds of lightning towards Kakashi. They hit, stunning him. But even with the slight paralysis attributed to the jonin, he breaks out of it, thus drawing first blood on Naruto's left wrist. He stands above Naruto, who lays on the grassy ground, kunai held at his throat. Sasuke and Sakura have already been dispatched. I guess you won't be passing after all. Naruto growls, adrenaline drained from his system. Despite his defeat, his goal in mind is to advance in life. Even if we failed this round, you will give us another chance. That's what your sensei did to you, I'm sure. And Kakashi lazily inquires. It'll have the same result as this time, and you'll all get sent back to the academy. Wrong. I'll just coax them into handing me some lunch when I am inevitably bound to a stake. Kakashi's lone visible eye widens. He does have a point. It's not like I'm going to break sensei's tradition. Let them pass, I say. Fine. Kakashi grumbles, unhappy that he got stuck in such an unfavorable predicament. Not only would he have to train a banshee/fangirl as well as an arrogant, pampered avenger, but he would also always be caught in the crossfire when they inevitably clash with the only positive of the situation, his late mentor's son. You pass. Now, get out of my sight and meet me at Training Ground 7 at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Naruto complies. For Haze, Naruto sits at his desk, reading yet another scroll. Yet another one of his clans. He peruses it, reading at a light pace to fully ingest all of the information that he revels in. Said scroll's contents are rather intriguing to him, something that others would scoff at, saying that it is trivial or simply too complex. Swordplay, something that Naruto recalls fondly. Instead of focusing around his loss to Kakashi, he remembers the rush, the thrill of the fight as he reacts to the opponent, like a deadly dance of blades. Something immersing to Naruto as he senses his calling. He stands, summoning the broadsword as he practices movements that he had learnt from the scroll, on occasion, referring back to it. He does so well into the night, demonstrating several maneuvers with such fluid motion that any could admire, technique displayed in spades as he does so gracefully. Eventually, he ceases, knowing that he would get a mere 6 hours of sleep. Something that he would have to remedy. He dispels numerous shadow clones in groups of 10 at minute intervals, repeating the procedure for a good 100 minutes, 1,000 clones, before he slumps on his bed, falling asleep. Naruto stands in a world of fluffiness, white clouds substitute of the ground that he is accustomed to at his feet and the sky even closer. He lifts his hand, almost feeling the sun as if it is in reach, before withdrawing it with a hint of childish disappointment. He looks around, seeing 5 golden glows. Just as quickly as he enters the place, he exits it, jolting upwards from his slumber. Naruto jolts from his slumber. Immediately, his thoughts drift to the hazy image. Something to do with clouds. Must have been a dream, he yawns, changing into his attire of the day. Black silken gloves lined with silver thread covers the scars that litter his hands. A blood-red trench coat, with high collar, that is a similar shade to his hair stretches to his feet, black ANBU-style trousers adorning his legs. Leather combat boots with spiked metallic soles encompass his feet. He exits the apartment, upturning his nose in disgust as he is greeted by the disheartening sight of the red light district, the worst segment of Konoha, consisting of many unfavorable businesses that contribute a good 23% of the village's revenue, a fact that causes the Sandaime to refrain from removing it altogether. Naruto sighs, "Great, another day of the Uchiha and his rabid fangirl." He walks to the 7th training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village, exiting the district that he had been forced to live in by the Civilian Council. Also known as the Pamperers of the Uchiha clan, Naruto spitefully refers to them as he arrives. He walks through the rusted iron gates, the gate itself ajar as to prevent one from being rendered temporarily deaf. Immediately, he leaps onto a tree, landing perfectly balanced on a single leg. He unrolls a scroll, beginning to read as he awaits the coming disaster in the making. Soon enough, Sasuke and his unsatiable shadow arrive, stampeding into the clearing lined with beautiful oak trees. Naruto sighs. They still hadn't taken notice of him, despite the fact that a silhouette stands in great juxtaposition to the morning sun that had risen, great sky blues tearing across the endless expanse. What extraordinary shinobi they are. Top of their graduating class? Pathetic. Exasperatedly, he goes back to reading the scroll that he had brought with him, knowing full well that Kakashi would arrive sometime soon, though it would be later than sooner. This scroll details the control over emotions that a shinobi would need to display at any given time. It covers commonplace activities such as lying, being interrogated, and so on, though the takeaway from the scroll as a whole is that emotions that are so heavily layered with itself work the best. A facade consisting of a chain of emotion does one justice. Finally, Kakashi arrives, walking through the gate whilst reading his little orange book. Naruto descends from the tree, startling both Sasuke and Sakura, who had been oblivious to his presence. "Don't scare Sasuke-kun, baka," Sakura cries, her voice still immensely high-pitched but not to the level of her previous volume. Naruto calmly responds, though this lack of emotion is veiled by a facade of apathy through a light tone. "He wouldn't have been so easily startled if he had taken notice of me." Naruto sneers, except it isn't one. Malicious and lightly uncaring is Naruto that the sentence sounds conflicting, as if the words directly juxtapose itself. Of course, Kakashi butts in to prevent a conflict that would inevitably arise should he not intervene. He does this by beginning the training session of the day. "Right? As of today, you are officially Team 7. Congratulations!" The frivolous words send the would-be team into silence. If this was supposed to act as a ploy to rile us up, he failed miserably. Kakashi chuckles nervously. "Today, we'll be working on team-building exercises. Protest, revolt, complaint, useless," Naruto and Sasuke exclaim in unison. One thing they would agree on, a landmark moment for the two of them. Utterly counterproductive, they stare at each other in horror as Sakura finds herself nodding along. "Actually, this will make you more efficient in fighting as a team." Naruto's frustration gets to him, flames of anger beginning to ignite. He says in a scathing tone, "I know the team strategy. Let Sakura sit in the corner while I and Sasuke try to work together." Sakura whimpers. Kakashi gasps, his lone eye gaining an angry look as he thunders. "That was uncalled for." "Naruto," said Boy scoffs. "Sakura is the most useless member of this team." He emphasizes the word team with malice that far exceeds the facade of politeness that he had employed. Kakashi's voice gleams with a fury preceded only by that of flame. "And you will be off the team if you don't shut up." Unhappily, Naruto takes one last remark. "Fine. But it's not exactly forbidden to state facts." Kakashi stares with an icy glare. "Fine. For today's training." Meanwhile, Naruto simply creates a shadow clone that consists of half his chakra reserves, making it far more durable than a regular clone. He discreetly substitutes with it, "I have better things to do with my time than listen with a man who spouts of drivel that is irrelevant to being a shinobi." Teamwork? Team spirit? What good will that do you when you are ambushed and have to fight multiple of them? "His teachings will make me dependent on someone else that will do anything to sabotage me, or Kami forbid, stab me in the back when I least expect it." "Hey, Gigi, Naruto mutters as he meets the man at the training ground that they frequent. The most prestigious one, only accessible to the Hokage and those he deemed worthy. Since his release from the permanent cycle of paperwork, he had begun getting back into shape. Where he could easily have been defeated by a Sannin in the past, he is slowly striving to attain the Shinobi no Kami title that had become part of his personality during the Shinobi World Wars. He looks up, the staff in his hands disappear. He walks to the boy. "Ah, Naruto. What are you doing here so early?" "I got into an argument with Kakashi." Hiruzen immediately catches onto the underlying tone of frustration and malice that plagued his charge, as well as the lack of suffix that he would usually address anyone by. "About?" the Sandaime asks, cutting to the chase. "The worth of teamwork and how it is clearly going to hold me back," Naruto scoffs. "I would be so much stronger without his teachings of reliance in a team. It's also pitiful that shinobi learn to depend on others." Hiruzen nods, allowing the young genin to rant. A short one, but still. At times like this, when he gets spiteful and aloof, it is best to agree with him, though in this instance he is right. "Good to see that you recall my teachings, Naruto," Hiruzen praises before clarifying. "The ones about the lives of shinobi? Indeed, I have." Naruto speaks, calming the rage within him. "A friendly spar?" he offers. "Sure. Keep it to Chunin level?" "Of course," Naruto responds, drawing his broadsword. He charges, rapidly strafing to sides in an unpredictable pattern unknown to any but himself as he feels a light breeze tingling against his red hair that slightly billows in the wind. His weapon moves to his back as he does so, leaning forward with his non-dominant hand, left, barely extended in a blocking motion in front of his face, though angled as such that he would be able to react to an assault from the side. The Sarutobi summons his boss monkey summon, Enma. Transformation. Adamantine staff. A black staff tipped with gold appears within the elder man's hand as he charges forth, taking massive leaps and bounds as to divert Naruto's attention span. Naruto lunges, broadsword now outstretched, tracking his opponent's every move as said opponent leaps into the air. Naruto leaps after him, soaring into the sky with the weapon still raised ahead of him. Suddenly, Hiruzen dissolves into a cloud of smoke, leaving Naruto to soar, and reaching his trajectory's peak, plummets down. He looks around, head searching every angle until it finally subsides its hawk-like scan to focus on the ground. "Kyuso, that's my trick," he mentally exclaims as he spots his mentor and a temporary adversary at the ground with the staff raised. "Kawarimi no Jutsu," he mutters, the sound rendered inaudible over the wind as he disappears, materializing behind Hiruzen as he takes a swing. "Praise the log." He mentally cheers as he swings his sword. This jovial demeanor is ruptured, however, as the attack is blocked by the staff which proceeds to disengage. This transitions to an assault as Naruto is compelled to block or dodge every single blow dealt by the adamantine staff, his sword bearing the brunt of the majority of the attacks. Every attack sends a quiver down the blade as Naruto is finally sent flying backwards. Naruto now understands that the destructive output power of the staff far surpasses his own weapon, as he backflips. "Chakra no ha!" he exclaims as the benevolent yet powerful aura encompasses the broadsword, quickly expelling towards Hiruzen, who dodges it as they barrage him, multiple blades continuously peppering the aged shinobi until one glances off his armor. "Lightning style. Swarm of hummingbirds technique," Naruto cries, a little too late to have been disguised under the presence of his chakra blades as they soar, easily dodged as the boy maneuvers them towards his opponent like a chess master moving his pawns, except in accelerated motion. One hits, sending a light electric current through his metallic armor that lightly shocks its owner, though not by much as it disrupts his jutsu that he had been forming. Hiruzen bounds back in order to recuperate from the abrupt loss of a fraction of his chakra reserves. "Lightning style. Lightning gauntlet technique." A sphere of crackling lightning manifests around Naruto's fist, every millisecond contributing to it as raw shape manipulation gives it form, making it a spiked gauntlet. He had discovered his natural talent for shape manipulation and applied it to jutsu creation. Naruto charges, molding his chakra to swirl around his sword. The lightning gauntlet had formed in his left hand. The chakra manifests like a mysterious mist that travels in thin clouds, orbiting the blade of the sword whilst the hilt remains unaffected. Unbeknownst to anyone, some of the chakra solidifies around his fingers, extending from the tip to the knuckle. Naruto bears down upon his mentor, stance shifted into an offensive gear, sword raised with gauntlet protecting his body, though in a position to counterattack any assault. The adamantine staff clashes against the sword with a much more impressive result than the previous clash. The sword quickly overwhelms the staff, slicing a sliver off the otherwise pristine item. Hiruzen leaps back once more, his decades of experience leading to a deduction. So he utilized wind chakra to enhance his blade as well as unaltered chakra to obscure it. His eyes watch Naruto like a hawk, knowing that fighting him on Chunin level is a great risk to his pride. Naruto extends his sword, the tip reflecting light directly into his opponent's eyes, which immediately divert their gaze. Water style, water spear technique. He hears a seemingly far-off voice as he hastens his calculations. Time to test something out. If the sword can channel raw chakra, why not elemental chakra? He stares at the approaching spear of water, partially frozen as to add the pretense of an icicle. He channels chakra into the blade, converting the mist around his blade into fire chakra that rampages along the surface of the blade, augmented by the wind chakra that had been used to supplement his attacks. Fire style, flamethrower technique. He pants lightly as his unfathomable reserves take a substantial hit. Not as much as he imagines an S-rank jutsu would consume, but a hit that far surpasses that a C-rank would deal. Of course, this is what happens when you expel raw fire chakra that had been granted physique. Nothing else. From the tip of the blade sparks a massive flame that shoots towards the spear of the opposing element. Naruto sighs one of satisfaction as the flame melts the spear, reducing it back to water as said liquid pools around, weeping into the ground of the training area. It speeds towards Hiruzen in a linear pattern at an alarming rate, perhaps that of a B-rank jutsu. The Hokage analyses the technique. I know for a fact that I am his sole instructor in the shinobi arts, and he hasn't learnt this jutsu from me, so where did he get it from? He scrolls through an imaginary jutsu log within his mind, before drawing a blank that I have never seen such a jutsu before. He decides to backtrack to fighting and inquire upon this matter at another date. It travels in a linear pattern, so I should be able to dodge it. Simultaneously, Naruto had just realized that he is running out of ammunition. The flames that had provided the jutsu's creation slowly wanes as the amount surrounding the blade does so too. The wind supplying a boost in numbers and potency slowly defects to the void of nothingness. I have to end this soon. His hand shakes from excitement as the beam does so too. He notices, I can capitalize on this. He mentally exclaims, just as Hiruzen sidesteps. Naruto violently jerks his hand to the side that Hiruzen had stepped towards as the beam scorches his mentor. He waits for the outcome, but a hard impact from the back sends him back by several meters. Spinning around, he looks only to receive the same result. Hard, cold impact jolting him from the back. This time, his assaulter uses more power in the strike as he is sent flying. Damn it! How is he doing this? Am I this weak in comparison to him? As he lands, he rams his fist directly behind him only for it to halt. What? Naruto thinks as his vision catches up to his fist, which had acted earlier. There Hiruzen is, fist holding the gauntlet of lightning that slowly fizzles out. I win, he smugly states. Naruto growls. Let's go again. The Sandaime smirks at the spirit his student displays. You're on. They fight well past lunch, as the sun begins to set. Naruto decides to give Kakashi another shot as he hops onto a tree near where the team, consisting of an unrealistic idealist, emo, and stalker, as well as a clone. Immediately, his jaw drops. Team building exercises. Naruto shudders as he sees the pain his clone experiences as he throws a ball towards the other two. Evidently, the goal of this supposed training exercise is to get a ball to teammates whilst blindfolded. Simple but inefficient. A contrast to the saying that would go, simple but effective. Naruto watches in disgust as Sakura intentionally lobs it hard towards his clone, with Kakashi luckily intercepting it as to create discord and test their teamwork, so to speak. Pathetic, he subconsciously murmurs. Naruto's breath hitches in his throat as he glimpses Kakashi's head snap towards him. He stays ever so still, hoping to dissuade the Jonin from checking up on the tree he had concealed himself in. True to his wish, Kakashi reverts his attention to the trio, where the Naruto clone had just catapulted it towards Sakura, en route to her forehead. It bounces off it. The clone snickers as Kakashi reprimands him. Sure, whatever. Naruto swiftly leaves before another instance where he could be caught arises. You called Shimura-san? Indeed, Nakomata. I require you to test the brat's capabilities. A trial of sorts, to see whether he is truly worthy of joining this organization. Yes, sir. 5A friendly spar. Naruto stands across from Sasuke. If your genius idea is to pit me against him, then you'll be sorely disappointed. Hajime! Kakashi shouts with Sakura cheering her crush on from the sidelines. From the start of the fight, Naruto's focus zones out of the matters occurring outside of the battle. A tunnel forms within his vision, centering around his opponent. Time to see how a connoisseur of hard work matches up against one of natural talent. A primal lust for battle rages within Naruto as he takes the first move, running forwards as Sasuke takes a leap in the opposite direction. Fire style, fireball technique. He performs the necessary hand seals, expelling his signature jutsu. A fireball that had increased in size from the last time they had participated in a fight soars towards Naruto. The magnitude of it has doubled. Water style, water wall. Naruto cries as he raises a gargantuan wall of water that touches the clouds above, drawing even more moisture from that to extend its length, for it had been a pillar thus far. With moisture from a celestial body fueling its rapid enlargement, it soon overtakes the fireball, enveloping it in a massive ball as steam escapes from its prison. The ball reverts to its original, malleable form as it pools on the training ground, more and more of it seeping into the grass by the second. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto cries as Sasuke flings kunai at him. The kunai relentlessly soar through the air, each and every one potential danger to him. Sasuke moves in erratic patterns whilst launching kunai as well as shuriken in an attempt to dissuade him from engaging, though this method doesn't come to fruition. A wave of wind expands outwards with Naruto, its place of origin, deflecting all projectiles within a 5-meter radius before tilting the others out of radius trajectory with smaller gusts. Sasuke stumbles, but rights himself before his face plants itself into the ground. He takes a shaky lurch forward as he regains his balance to find Naruto right in front of him. Think fast, Naruto warns as he performs a right hook that simply causes Sasuke to lose the balance that he had previously regained. In all honesty, the verbal warning is probably the most merciful thing Naruto could do. In spite of the treatment he had faced against the Uchiha's frankly appalling behavior, this is a courtesy that can just as easily be unemployed. He rains assaults down on the Uchiha, mainly consisting of hammer kicks, axe kicks, and punches, all imbued with the element of earth. In his basic nature transformation exercises, he had learnt to apply elemental chakra, or simply raw chakra, in situations when it would benefit himself. Elemental chakra is used in specific situations whereas raw chakra is more versatile and potent, but more costly on the reserves. The Uchiha forms a few hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flame Flower technique. A smaller fireball than before manifests midair and shoots towards Naruto. Immediately, Naruto performs a backflip to put distance between him and the jutsu. What is he thinking? Naruto asks himself. If that is a combustible jutsu, he could have blown himself up as well as me. He observes the fireball. In fact, that is a misnomer. Fireballs are spherical objects whilst this is elliptical. A fire missile, then, suddenly, the missile divides into 5 smaller ones that shoot towards him, but each moving in an unpredictable pattern, completely randomized. It is dizzying to Naruto as he watches them warily. Suddenly, he acts, displaying his proficiency in both agility and gymnastics as he performs 7 back handsprings in a few fluid motions. Naruto looks up. The missiles are now 4 meters behind. He summons his broadsword. Chakra blade. The holy white aura manifests, coating the blade in a divine sheen that is admirable by many, a color to behold as it radiates pure power, undiluted and seemingly unrivaled. Sasuke drools at the raw power that exudes of the blade, before realizing the unfavorable situation he has been forced into. His eyes narrow, evaluating the probability of it harming him as well as its capabilities. Although Naruto would prefer to utilize another of the attacks of the series he had dubbed the Raw Chakra Manipulation Set, He would rather reveal such intriguing information when absolutely necessary. His first 5 original jutsu, the first of more to come. Converting the ambient holy aura into wind chakra, Naruto extends the sword's blade, allowing more and more hydrogen to gather in addition to the much more potent form of his own wind chakra. He channels the chakra representative of emotions to the forefront of the blade, immediately setting it aflame as it blazes with raging flame, the inner layer white-hot which eventually cools to a light blue, reminiscent of glowing light in a dark room. Fire style, flamethrower technique. The flame on the broadsword only expands in size, feeding off the wind that fuels its rapid growth. It flies, roaring as it does so as a massive surge of it shoots forth, with Sasuke's only defense being his dexterity as he rolls to the side, running to the right as his head looks over his shoulder. The fire surges after him. He runs from the linear attack. If I don't do something, I'll be damned to death. Sasuke thinks desperately. Katana appears in his hand. He brings it in front of his face, pivoting to face the flames. Scorching heat bombards the blade with such intensity that the wielder of it begins to sweat, like a waterfall running down his face. He grits his teeth, digging his feet into the ground as it only keeps coming. Naruto watches in disbelief as his opponent deflects his flamethrower technique with ease, the surprise only rising as Sasuke redirects his katana in such an angle that the heat shoots towards the red-haired boy. Since when did Sasuke get such strength to withstand my flamethrower technique? And where did he get a katana? As the fire soars towards him, Naruto observes the blade with a cautious eye, relating observation time to the position of reflected attack. The sword, he notices, is not that, but rather a shorter katana. Tanto. Instead of a pointed tip of the blade, the tanto possesses no tip, a flat surface substituting for it. So it's meant to cut through things using its edge and not pierce. Duly noted. Naruto comes back to his senses to sidestep the stream of fire which shoots towards him, instantly ducking to avoid the stream that swerves to meet him. He begins to sweat as the fire barely passes by, before deactivating his jutsu. He looks at his blade. Some of the wind chakra is gathered around the left side of the blade whilst fire does so on the right. Steel style. Steel swords of slaughter. Swiftly, Naruto blends the two elements, ignoring the jutsu, but inwardly is another story. He panics, mind racing as he struggles to attain an explanation for the supposed steel release that Sasuke possesses. As far as his knowledge on the Uchiha clan went, their only nature transformations before they copied others are fire and rarely lightning, never steel. With the process of blending the two elements absolute, an even spread of fire and wind chakra distributed across the blade, Naruto looks up to find a storm flying towards him overhead, the sky gleaming with a silver light that funnels sunlight into the dark expanse. Silver light caused by tons of tanto descending from the sky, their pace accumulating the further they travel. Naruto looks around before coming to an ultimatum. No longer does he question Sasuke's power. What matters most in this context is escaping alive. He settles on a solution, perhaps the best chance of averting a catastrophe. It may seem comical, almost fake and irrelevant in the context of a shinobi, but this is what I must do. Training seal, release, Naruto mutters, the sound utterly veiled by the hail of blades, some of them rubbing against each other to create horrible screeching sounds. With over 1 million of the blades, the sound is most abundant. Suddenly, Naruto feels weightless as his body weight reduces to its regular mass, untampered by training seals and other gimmicks that had influenced his training greatly. Sword in hand, he raises it above his head and begins to maneuver it in such a way that it spins, overhead, to deflect numerous blades upon the beginning of the action. Inevitably, due to the imperfect technique used, a few swords trickle through like water running through tiny cracks. Naruto cries out in pain as a blade lodges itself in his left shoulder and another in his right thigh. He grits his teeth as the world around him dissolves. He sees Kakashi, who had previously been pinned down to the ground, smile and vanish, Sakura dissipating in black dust as Sasuke's figure melts. It melts, revealing an ANBU, but something serves to confuse Naruto. Why doesn't the ANBU have a themed mask? It's completely blank, save a kanji. The ANBU snarls as his jutsu ends, the hailstorm of blades clattering to the ground. Naruto swiftly jerks the offending blade lodged in his thigh out, blood gushing out of the wound but already closing up. He does the same for the one in his shoulder, taking advantage of his unnatural healing factor. "Who are you and what do you want from me?" Naruto shakily asks, having never been exposed to this type of situation where someone used a genjutsu in order to get close to him. By now, the wounds have already closed, an invisible force remaining anonymous as it stitches up the wounds, shutting off the blood flow. Blood clots begin forming. "My master wants you to join his personal army, Naruto-kun," the blankly masked ANBU says in a high-pitched voice. Much more high-pitched than a male, Naruto deduces, realizing the ANBU's gender is female. "So, what does the Hokage want with me?" Rile him up. Obviously, if he worked for the old man, he would announce who his master is and wear standard ANBU attire. "Why, you little dash? I'm going to kill you," she roars, dashing towards him. Taking great care to maintain his balance on the sea of sword hilts, Naruto moves to counter her, immediately raising his broadsword in such a position that he is ready to parry any attack. He infuses both hands and feet with earth chakra as to add stability to his assaults as well as a foothold for defense. Meanwhile, he channels the ethereal element of lightning into the blade, adding static electricity to it as to add a bit of a shock to any attack he would use. He brings it to his face as he takes a horizontal slash that, if performed correctly, would cleave through the ANBU impersonator's abdomen. He performs the slash, performs it just as his opponent ducks to use the same technique that he had just attempted. Naruto's eyes widen, leaping up into the air. They widen further as his adversary leaps up with him, sword outstretched in hopes of hitting him but barely missing by a few centimeters of distance that had been put in between them. Her sword dances, almost mockingly below him as Naruto allows for his broadsword to vanish. They begin their plummet towards the ground simultaneously, as Naruto draws several kunai and launches them down towards the fake ANBU. Said fake ANBU deflects them on the length of her blade. No holds barred now. He's held his own against me at genin level. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Naruto quickly substitutes himself with his assaulter, quickly utilizing a shape manipulation technique. Chakra blade. Chakra no ha. Naruto swings the blade with the holy white aura manifesting around it. Immediately, lines of white appear on the ANBU's body. "It's me or him," Naruto reassures himself. 100 seve rations. As an afterthought, Naruto adds, "I hope that those Hyuga don't mind me copying some of their concepts." Pouring chakra into the limbs of his sword hand, Naruto balances out the massive strain placed on him as he deals out massive damage. Momentum's hand guides Naruto's as he fluidly slashes his opponent, chakra accentuating the range of his attacks. Spears of chakra aid the jabs whilst crescents do the same for the slashes. 50 seve rations, he shouts, having dealt that amount of attacks. Gashes split the surface of the ANBU impersonator's skin like earthquakes dividing the earth's vast expanse, blood gushing out of his body like individual floods. Her face is unrecognizable, her whole body mutilated to the point of it being completely bloodied. 80 seve rations, he roars, gaining a renewed resolve to complete his jutsu as he slashes with an additional 80 strikes. The impersonator might as well have been shoved through a mincer, been butchered and poorly sewn back together, blood staining her as she is charred live in a human-sized frying pan. Corpse. A badly mutilated corpse is she as the root ANBU, perhaps Chunin level at the maximum, as Naruto readies the attack that he had been building up to. 100 seve rations, he cries as he blurs past the first 20. Naruto begins to pant heavily, slowing down and decelerating on the accumulated momentum that he had been subjected to as the sword becomes heavier. His right arm begins to burn, from the shoulder down, like a blazing inferno erupting from a volcano that consumes a person. Then, imagine that agony be multiplied by 100 times. At least it is concentrated only to the right limb, else he would be convulsing, his blood curdling once the pain reaches the heart and lungs. Naruto drops his broadsword which lies there, not having been given the command to leave its master's presence. Steel style. The corpse rasps, voice rough and gravelly like nails on a blackboard. Naruto watches in horror as he hears the end to the jutsu's naming. Sword supernova technique. That doesn't sound too good, Naruto thinks, a pit of dread filling his stomach as an empty feeling encompasses him. Not one of apathy, rather one of fearing the unknown. Dread. An explosion erupts, enveloping the impersonator as shrapnel flies everywhere. The majority focus towards Naruto. Naruto closes his eyes. Is this how I'm about to die? I'd have thought that I would live long enough to become Hokage, take on the world, maybe raise a child. But it's too late, and now I will never get the chance. He tightens the contraction over his muscles, thus squeezing his eyes as tight as can be. He falls to the ground, his feet no longer supporting him, for they have collapsed under the sheer killing intent that exudes from the impersonator's supposedly dead corpse. He loses his grasp on reality as his conscience fades into that of void. Unconsciousness greets him like an old friend. Something to think about. The Hokage stares at Kakashi with an intense gaze, who stares back with his classical lazy one, albeit one that showed his intimidation. And you let this happen? Hiruzen roars at Kakashi, standing up and pushing the chair he had been sitting on back. Hokage-sama, Kakashi stutters out before he is interrupted. Save it. Because of your lack of care towards Naruto, he has been subject to this by an unknown shinobi. Presumed dead, but you can never tell. I apologize for this mishap, Hokage-sama, but a fire ignites within the aged Kage's eyes, so intense that Kakashi involuntarily presses himself into the back of his seat, terrified. You dare call this a mishap? The Sarutobi exclaims in fury, his hands shaking due to the sheer anger that he experiences. Stop making excuses for yourself. His undiluted rage transforms to a cold fury. Obito would be ashamed of you. The Hokage vanishes in a pillar of fire, symbolizing his anger and leaving the floor charred. Kakashi stares longingly out of the office's window. He pulls down his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that had been implanted into him. Would he have? He questions softly. Naruto wakes to white. He lies on his back, facing a ceiling that is as blank as it is dull. He overhears a faint conversation in the background, the contents of which he cannot make out. His nose wrinkles in disgust as he smells the revolting scent of medicine. Artificial chemicals, the majority of which have been mixed with others to form foul-smelling chemicals. He begins to sit up, only to hear a voice. Lay back down, Naruto. Recognizing a familiar voice, he does so, though the identity of the speaker remains anonymous. A face appears overhead, bobbing up and down. GG, Naruto addresses upon recognition. How long have I been out? A week, the aged man responds, as he is immediately assaulted with another question. What happened? What do you remember? Hiruzen counters as he strives to attain Naruto's perspective. I was fighting the fake ANBU. She can use steel jutsu, and I decimated her with my 100 Severations jutsu. What jutsu? The Hokage immediately inquires. Naruto smiles, uneasily but with guilt in his eyes as they shift towards his grandfather in all but blood. I snuck into the Hyuga compound and saw some people use a super cool taijutsu technique. Instantly, the aged Hokage draws a connection between the Hyuga taijutsu style's famed technique and the name of Naruto's jutsu. So you replicated the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique? He inquires. Naruto squirms, unhappily, grumbling. Sort of. It really hurts my sword arm and I couldn't fully finish it off. Like before, Hiruzen deduces the cause of this. Was it because of intense pain in your muscles? Naruto looks at him in surprise. Yeah, he eagerly exclaims. How'd you know? Volume, Naruto. Hiruzen reprimands as he answers the question. The Hyuga clan have similar problems when one of their muscles first learn their jutsu. You need to learn to spread a set amount of chakra out over the duration of the jutsu, instead of pouring a constant amount of chakra throughout the duration. Naruto stares at him gratefully. Thanks, Gigi, said Old Man Size, exasperated at his pupil's choice of name for him but accepting of it at the same time. You're welcome, Naruto. Please, continue. Naruto's face scrunches up, his fingers stroking a non-existent mustache on his chin as he looks up to the ceiling. Hiruzen snickers. Just once. It wouldn't do for the leader of such a respected village to lose face. Then she used a jutsu and I got injured. Naruto finally answers with a blank expression worn on his face. When can I go? When the doctors deem you ready, The aged Hokage responds amusedly. KUSO. Language. Naruto sighs, walking out of the Hokage tower in a cleaned attire not drenched in his blood. He had been released from hospital a day prior and was elated to find a scroll awaiting him within Hiruzen's hands. He had been told that these contain all of the salvaged blades that had been taken from the scene of his battle. The term, salvaged, meaning standardized types of swords that are manageable for you to use in this context. Nevertheless, Naruto accepts it. Nice. Now I can summon 6 blades instead of relying on just one. There had been 5 blades that had escaped the floor fully intact. Obviously, the rest is unsuitable for combat and had been sent to the blacksmiths for the metals to be recycled. Within the next few days, a massive boom in new shinobi weapons of high quality would explode within Konoha. The metal of millions of blades would amount to at least 6 months of steady sales. 50% of the profits would go to Naruto as the supplier. Money that would inevitably be spent on training tools. Whistling, he enters his apartment with his broadsword in hand, taking a few practice swings, his wrist quickly adapting to the blade after a whole week being out of commission. He jumps, flying onto his bed as he lands, back first on the soft mattress, one of the more luxurious pieces of furniture that adorn his previously Spartan apartment and supplied by the old man Hokage. He simply stares at the ceiling, his mind ambling around aimlessly as it lingers around a memory. A pole tipped with gold and mainly black in color, perhaps made of marble. A woman within standard ANBU garb and a blank mask. An ocean of blades, hilts facing upwards to the sky, awaiting their master's trial as their heads bowed in despair. The woman smirks, calling out various slurs and pointing to a patch on the ground, untouched by the sea like an impenetrable fortress upon a lonely island, far isolated from civilization. Naruto peers, overhead, as the patch shimmers to reveal a boy. Red hair, torn clothing, broadsword nearby. That's me, Naruto realizes as he peers down on the scene from a bird's eye view. The imaginary wind suddenly clears as his vision sharpens like a hawk, his hearing boosted up to a predator's level. Constantly aware of his surroundings, he watches the scene unfold. The memory seems so forgotten, yet he recalls it as clear as day. Some might even consider this type of memory photographic, perhaps the prodigious eidetic level that many dreams of possessing. Abruptly, the woman's clothes redden, soaking them with a vile, metallic liquid. Her visible skin melts as an unholy screech pierces the air, before she slumps to her knees, utterly helpless to evade her fate. Her mask melds with her face, which peels off, her skin seeming to droop like that of a skeleton from hell. Her eyes hollow like empty sockets, the once emotional eyes that would signify a human's humanity now incomplete, a void that would never be filled. Kana Watanabe, a disembodied voice rings throughout the training ground that had been submerged in blades and drenched in blood. Said woman cackles in a frenzied delight, insane to a fault as she becomes hysterical at the very thought of her dying, the mad laugh only increasing in pitch. It calms, the storm having been silenced by the judge. The pole, no, the staff, comes crashing down on her exposed skull, the skin that had decorated its surface having fled it in the rain of blades that had been a single one, swung with incredible speed. The gold tip flashes in the dimming sun, reflecting the sunlight with a glorified orange aura surrounding it that radiates purpose. Crack, the skull shatters, shards of human bone that had been nurtured for decades finally returning to nature. Naruto gets a view of his savior, the Sandaime Hokage. He realizes in a bout of enlightenment, as he watches the man that he had thought of as a helpless old man well past his prime decimates the bones of his opponent that had dared harm his grandson in all but blood. The strike yields finely crushed powder, a clear white, like bone. Naruto instantly draws this connection as his face turns green. His eyes close, but the vision remains, in spite of the denial of vision that he had induced himself in. It haunts him, chilling him to the very bone. He shudders, just as his mentor speaks softly, head bowed. Rest in peace, misguided soul, and may death be more merciful than I have been. Needless to say, this is a shocking action to Naruto. He simply can't get his head around it. Why would you absolutely destroy your opponent and still respect them, regardless of their heinous actions in life? He finds himself questioning it by the second, and alas, he falls asleep, the cold expanse of sleep embracing him. Naruto wakes with a new resolve, one of curiosity. An inquisitive gleam sparkles within his eyes as he marches out of his apartment, briskly striding down the bustling streets of Konoha. So full of life yet so dull on the inside. He takes a moment to observe the civilians. So carefree, so excitable. How do they remain so positive about things when the world is so harsh? Or am I the only one that thinks this? He troops through the gates of the private Hokage training grounds that he frequents, alongside his mentor, who just so happens to be the object of his interest, the subject to be examined, a complex piece of machinery to be deconstructed to see how things tick. He finds the aged Hokage practicing his taijutsu katas. "Hey, Gigi!" Naruto cries, eager to find his answers that he believes belong to him. Said man's head snaps to him, lighting up like a spotlight as he grins. "Naruto," he acknowledges, nodding his head. "What do you need?" Instantly, the boy gets straight to the point. "Why are you so merciful to your enemies, even in death?" Hiruzen's eyes take on a more serious gleam, the sparkle draining from his eyes as he compels himself to do it, to unveil the horrors of the world as it is. I had hoped to reveal this when he was taking his first mission, but I guess it can't be helped. Kami, be merciful with the delivery of this horrific information. He considers the situation of life, sighing deeply with a hint of melancholy as he speaks. You must understand that every individual has their own story. Sometimes it entwines with others, otherwise it is theirs to tell. One that is unique in every sense of the word. He bows his head, lighting a cigar that expels smoke that wafts away in the opposite direction from Naruto, an invisible wind guiding it. Only in their last moments are they the most vulnerable. That, and when they are but a helpless infant. There is when their stories end and begin respectively, and all shinobi should honor their peers, no matter on the battlefield or not, by acknowledging their tales. Naruto stares blankly at his mentor, his brain working overtime to grasp the words. You will not understand it now, but remember this. Always respect the dead and the defeated. Fight with honor, and commemorate every opponent by telling their tales to others. That's something to think about. Hiruzen moves to another section of the training ground to practice his ninjutsu. Naruto is rooted to one spot, his hands lying limp at his sides, his eyes blank and uncomprehending. Abruptly, he leaves the training ground, walking back to his apartment as if in a trance, but surprisingly not meeting any opposition from the plague that is a nosy civilian, and Kami help anyone who crosses his path, especially in this moment of reflection. An imperative period of rumination where his mindset as a shinobi would be remolded. Permanently. 7 C rank. It had been a week since the memory had made itself known to Naruto, and he had taken his mentor's words to heart. He leapt back into his training with such a fiery resolve, a will of fire surpassing his ancestors before him. Despite this, he had become slightly detached from the world. The revelation had shook him hard, and the harsh truth of the unforgiving reality had urged him to possess all the attributes that would lead to success. He sees the world for what it is. He is not an idealist, rather a realist. He knows what must be accomplished. True peace is a dream, and reality is a nightmare. I will become the person that everyone looks up to, the man that leads his country from the nightmare to the dream, a beacon of hope. Nobody strong enough has ever attempted to unite these treacherous nations, but I will be the first. Under the mantle of Kage, his elemental manipulations had drastically improved. His lightning element had been inching ahead of the others, and as such, Naruto had sought to rectify this mistake. In the form of training, all of his elements are on par with each other, though it's a matter of preference as to which he frequents. Emotionally, Naruto had grown to become determined, embodying the fabled will of fire that Konoha so desperately preaches about. However, this determination is mixed with honor and a measure of benevolence that the world so greatly lacks. So far, Naruto finds himself unimpressed with Team 7. With Kakashi having recently told them of Team 7's bloody and famed legacy, he had began comparing them to the next generation of the Densetsu no Sannin. Additionally, his training methods are somewhat questionable. Isn't a sensei supposed to aid his pupils in getting stronger? Seriously, with only a few C-rank fire jutsu, some mediocre projectile throwing, and a bunch of amateur taijutsu styles, this time will never succeed. That is, unless I carry the team. Something that I haven't been inspired to do. Naruto snorts. This better be good. Our first C-rank mission as a team. He walks to the mission assignment office in the Hokage Tower. Now, all of the different departments had been spread throughout the tower, each headed by a trustworthy officer or a clone of the Hokage himself. In this case, it is the latter. Even the many etiquette lessons that had been drilled into his brain doesn't allow him to abstain from snorting at the sheer sight that awaits him at the rendezvous point. Sakura latching onto Sasuke, who finds enrage. Naruto snickers, unintentionally drawing the attention of the three that had gathered. Well, for if you include the shadow clone of the Hokage. Ah, Naruto boy. How are you? Said clone addresses. Two jaws snap shut with an audible snap. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi smiles. Ready for our mission? I'm good, Gigi, and yes, I'm ready. Naruto responds to both questions as Sasuke and his shadow's teeth bite down on their tongue, eliciting two winces of sharp pain. Dobe, Sasuke sneers, Uchiha heritage shining through in an arrogant tinge to his voice. Naruto baka, Sakura screeches, said boy winces. It seems that Kakashi has been acting lax on the silencing seal. What a disappointing decision made by a once promising instructor. Sasuke, Sakura. He nods, his voice melodious, flying through the air. It is almost hypnotic. Kakashi's lone eye narrows, as well as the shadow clone of the Hokage. The siren's song technique. They recognize in unison, immediately analyzing a jutsu that had last been seen during the times of the first generation of Uzumaki. How did he learn voice manipulation? Many others have tried to replicate it and failed, having lost their voices permanently. Naruto smirks as his aggressors calm, waiting for Kakashi's orders. So the siren's song technique works. Thank you, Erasure Uzumaki. Eventually, all of the eyes turn to the Hokage, who sighs. The Sandaime extracts a folder from a nearby drawer that had been constructed within his desk. It's a pale purple folder, a label emblazoned on its front in a monotonous black font. C-rank missions. Hiruzen opens the folder on the desk, his eyes scanning the surface of it as he mutters some incomprehensible words under his breath. Finally, he plucks a file from it and replaces the folder within his drawer. He lays it open on the desk, facing the genin and their instructor so that they can read the mission specifications. Bring in Tazuna, he demands to an invisible audience. A few sounds, evenly spaced apart, resound nearby, though the sound waves echo off the walls, thus concealing the location of its origin. An origin that soon unveils, as the door swings open, revealing an aged man. He wears a straw hat that forms shadows over his forehead, thus making wrinkles opaque. He wears baggy beige pants and a simple shirt of a slightly brighter hint of the same color. His hand is brought near the mouth, and as he opens his mouth to talk, the genin recoil as a foul odor wafts out. These are the brats that are supposed to protect me? The man slurs, clearly intoxicated with alcohol. They don't even look like they can hold a knife. He erupts into a bout of drunken laughter, the bottle of sake in his hand sending drops of the liquid flying. Naruto flinches a centimeter to evade a drop that would have splattered itself on his cheek. He shudders. Why does alcohol stink so much? How do adults stand this egregious concoction? Naruto holds out a kunai. Everyone blinks. Well, I don't know about the others, but I sure can hold a knife. Tazuna, rambunctious laughter gone, blinks. Once, twice. I like you, kid. What's your name? He slurs, but Naruto senses that the feeling is genuine. Naruto Uzumaki, the last of the Uzumaki clan of old. Tazuna gaps, his jaw agape as he stares at the boy in shock. Meanwhile, Sasuke interjects. Yeah, right. A loser like you couldn't have a clan. Naruto turns, an anger at his clan being denied acknowledgement igniting as he faces Sasuke. If I'm a loser, then what are you? He snarls, drumming his fingers on the handle of the kunai that he had in hand. Beads of sweat grace Sasuke's head, whose hand inches towards his kunai pouch at his hip. Better than you, the Uchiha mutters as he plucks a kunai. Come at me, Uchiha. Show me what you're really made of. Naruto roars, his sense of honor having allowed his adversary to arm himself. Sasuke doesn't respond, as he lunges towards Naruto, who raises his kunai in a block. "Stop!" Kakashi commands, raising his voice for the first time. The two genin freeze, Sakura following suit with a finger wrapped around a shuriken. Clearly, she had been intending to assist her Sasuke-kun. "Meet me at the gates. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. Don't be late." "That goes for you too, Tazuna." Naruto nods, moving to exit the room whilst sheathing his kunai in a single, fluid motion. In contrast to other shinobi, he prefers to keep 5 kunai in hidden locations instead of storing them in bulk in a single location. Statistically, no kunai will ever hit any opponent that can dodge. Seriously, any genin is able to dodge one. Their sole uses are to plant exploding tags in the midst of an enemy's space, as well as to distract. That, or for close-quarters combat in place of pure taijutsu. Hence, he had opted to strategically place the set of 5 in varying locations. Kunai per boot, another in a specialized holster up his sleeve, the other 2 in a single holster at his waist to keep up appearances. His move to exit the room is rejected, however, as it swings open before his hand reaches it, thus causing him to lose his balance. He falls backwards, before catching himself with his hand. Naruto grunts, lifting himself back onto his feet as he glances at the door. "Hokage-sama. Team 8 with a successful D-rank mission. Here's the report." A black-haired woman with exotic red eyes troops through the door, 3 figures hiding within her shadow as she outstretches her hand, a folder held within it. "Ah, Kurenai," Hiruzen acknowledges, not even looking up as the file lands on his desk. "Here's the mission pay." He hands her a pouch of Rio, instructing her on how to split the money. She moves forward to collect it, in doing so, revealing the 3 figures' identities. The first possesses messy brown hair and sharp black eyes. 2 red fang-like markings are emblazoned distinctively on his cheeks. He dons gray pants and a gray, fur-lined coat with a hood. He smiles, sheepishly, and waves at the audience that their sudden arrival had gathered. The second wears dark sunglasses that leave his eyes concealed, sporting a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar. He has dark, bushy brown hair as he simply stares at Naruto, hands in pockets, stoic face withholding any reaction. The last one is the shyest of the bunch, subtly cowering behind the other 2. She has short, dark blue hair that keeps above her forehead, with strands framing her chin. She sports a cream-colored jacket with a fire symbol on the upper sleeves and fur around the cuffs. "Hey people, embarking on another D-rank, I see. We've already done 20, but Kurenai-sensei says we need to train more. How about you guys?" Kiba babbles happily at the makeshift reunion, unloading questions by the second. Naruto blinks. "He reminds me of a hyperactive version of myself when I was younger. I remember a time where Hokage answered all of my questions after a minute of me firing them at him. Simpler times." He sighs, wistfully, basking in the nostalgia before he jolts back to reality. Hinata mutters something inaudible. None of the people care to ask her what she had just said. "We're going on a C rank." Sakura squeals, jumping for joy. Everyone stares, and Kakashi furiously engages his fellow jonin and leader in conversation, desperate to draw attention away from his wayward students. "Tch, that's enen nice, Naruto-kun," Hinata stammers. Naruto glances at her, unsure of what to think. She had never been abusive to me, unlike others in the academy. But then again, she had never done anything to help me either. She simply watched me. He contemplates on whether to mark him as an enemy, friend, or neutral. "I'll give her a chance." Naruto smiles at her, his lips twitching upwards, but the action is well received, despite the covert nature of the action. Hinata blushes, her face turning red as a tomato. She buries her face in her coat, trying to become invisible. She fails, tufts of hair poking out of behind Kiba's sleeve. "No way." Kiba agrees with Shino's sentiment. "Indeed, it is authentic. We are going on a C-rank mission." Naruto chirps, once again utilizing the siren song technique. His voice becomes melodious, a light and pleasant sound drifting through the air that enthralls all those who listen. A light haze clouds the minds of the listeners, forcing them to experience the drug that is euphoria. For a split second, their minds fly to the heavens, their conscious blanketed by euphoria that radiates from Naruto. Well, Naruto doesn't radiate euphoria, but rather happiness. But that happiness is amplified to the point where the emotion reaches its extremist state. Another example would be sadness to despair. The siren's song technique doesn't induce those who hear it into a dreamlike state, for that is only when it is used in pairing with happiness, and even then, it is the second stage of the siren's happiness. The extremist stage is the third, one that, when powerful enough, can manipulate one's thoughts. Essentially, the jutsu is an amplifier for any emotion, and a constant flow of chakra to the voice allows this. Quickly, the two jonin break out of the thrall, glancing at their pupils with a worried gaze. "Well, goodbye," Naruto chirps, exiting the door. Everyone blinks. "What just happened?" Shino asks. "Are you absolutely certain that we should take this mission?" Gato doesn't seem like somebody who is reliable. A scoff is heard from a corner of the dark room. Bah! No employer of missing Nin is ever legitimate. But still, the first voice persists. There are so many more employers that are safer, especially with the last incident. The second person winces. Indeed, that didn't turn out too well. Now we're back on the top of his edition of the bingo book. Don't complain. We had to kill that Hunter Nin squad before they caught us. The first person softly speaks. Humph. Pack up. Get Gozu and Meizu. We leave within the hour. As you wish, master. 8 plunge into darkness. When will Kakashi-sensei arrive? Yeah. It's been 5 minutes since he told us to meet here. The two complaints had been said by Sasuke and Sakura, whilst Tazuna and Naruto, who he had taken a liking to, chat to the side. Are they always like this? Tazuna inquires, giving a fleeting glance. Naruto sighs in frustration and also a rare emotion. Pity. It's rare because his moral code demands that he treats all living beings with the utmost respect. Unless, of course, they are far too lost to their own self and not of use to anyone. If they are deluded, pity them. If they are hated, harbor them. But should they be a danger to those you care to protect, annihilate them. The Banshee and her obsession fall into the first category of the tainted, as Naruto mentally refers to them as the taint of misguidance can be baptized with true honor and respectful ideals. The injustice of prejudice can be healed with time and care. The corruption of evil cannot, but the Uchiha's delusions are as clouded as to never see the true light again. Yes, he groans. Avert to their tendencies as Sakura rambles on about her daily life. Sasuke had undergone a massive change. His ninjutsu has swelled to incorporate an arsenal of 5 C-rank fire techniques, and his taijutsu has advanced beyond all genin. That is, apart from Naruto. Kakashi arrives with a cautious eye, announcing his presence with a simple, "Yo." Naruto is the first to respond, albeit indirectly. "Let's go." He begins to depart from Konoha, and as Sasuke ends his conversation, Naruto had already gotten past security from the 2 eternal gate guards. As Tazuna had followed the shinobi he had placed his faith in, apart from Kakashi. Only Kakashi and his 2 wayward students are left. They shrug, following their teammates' lead, though inwardly, Kakashi is, as expected, suspicious. How did he get there so fast? Only I could do that with Chunin level speeds coupled with chakra-enhanced physiology. He can't be that good. Surely, within a year he will surpass me. Not good, as most genin cells last for 2 years. I must train. I'll start with increasing my chakra reserves so that I can use the Raikiri more times than not. Thank you, Naruto. Said boy in question is bounding around the roads, quietly gaping at wildlife in awe. I've never been out of Konoha. Finally, I'm away from the villagers but also from safety. I must be cautious. He rights himself from the crouched position he had assumed to observe an ant. Kakashi sweat drops. That was Obito's reaction. Naruto allows Kakashi to take the lead and is immediately ushered into a formation that they had worked on. The diamond formation. Kakashi on point, Naruto at back, Tazuna at the center. Sasuke on the right and Sakura the left. Self-explanatory. They walk along the winding road. Naruto's senses constantly on alert while Sakura's had waned. Her attention has shifted to twirling her hair. She had a pocket mirror in front of her, thus obscuring her vision. Naruto facepalms, an action that goes noticed only by Tazuna. Upon the latter's questioning look, Naruto gestures to Sakura, who had become blind as a bat in daylight and had taken to tripping every few minutes. Tazuna nods, discreetly sending her a disapproving look. Naruto chuckles lowly. What's so funny? Kakashi sharply inquires upon the action, having been put on edge by the earlier demonstration. Do I outright point out her faults in hopes of her becoming a better kunoichi? Or do I sugarcoat it to avoid the catastrophe that is Kakashi's teamwork speeches? Naruto cocks his head to the side like a lost puppy. If a veteran bandit had chosen to attack Sakura, she would be dead in the second. This startles said girl, who trips over a non-existent ledge, falling before she catches herself. She looks up, sending Kakashi and Naruto confused looks. What? You see? Naruto bulldozes on. She can't even pay attention to any sounds. Kakashi attempts to defend his teachings. When the time comes, she'll fare well in a battle. Naruto scoffs, not pressing the issue though he knows he is in the right. Tazuna pitches in. The kid's right, you know? It doesn't help matters. Kakashi turns away in a huff, continuing the march to the land of waves. This tedious monotony proceeds, silence dominating the atmosphere as Kakashi joins Sakura, perusing his reading material. Meanwhile, all the constant thought and analysis of the imminent environment becomes taxing to Naruto, as he grumbles, slumping and his formerly combat-ready stance reduced to one that could have him decapitated. The aching in his feet isn't helping matters either, like a searing pain that plagues him. He observes Sasuke and sees that he too is in the same predicament. Glancing up at the sky, it's high noon, meaning it had been a rough 3 to 4 hours since they had departed. Mentally comparing their previous speed to their current speed, Naruto comes to a conclusion. They had slowed their pace by at least 2 times. We Genin and the client are lagging behind Kakashi. He doesn't know it, but we're tired. Hey, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto addresses, knocking the shinobi out of their stupor. Yes, Naruto? Kakashi responds, closing his book and giving Naruto his undivided attention. We should take a break. Look how worn out we are. Especially Tazuna, he exclaims, gesturing wildly to the group. Sakura had placed her mirror in a pocket and had begun paying attention to the conversation unfold. Kakashi obliges, his eyes widening at the sight. The three's legs are shaking, with Tazuna being the worst off with his aged bones trembling. One may expect the joints to creak like a ghostly door. Very well, Kakashi groans as they sit down. Naruto does so, mentally admitting that he had to take a break once in a while. If I don't, well, that's bad for my health, isn't it? He wearily scans his surroundings. Always imagine the worst scenario, then visualize all the scenarios getting better from there. Thus, you will be ready. Or at least as ready as you can be. Erasure Uzumaki. The team had settled in the center of the road and a blue lining is on the horizon, as far as the eye can see. We're getting closer to the port. Finally, the road is rough and unpaved. Wildlife from the surrounding forest beginning to leach onto the road as spores of fungi latch onto the less sanitary parts of it. An example of the unsanitary conditions is the puddle of what seems to be brown liquid. Naruto shudders. I don't even want to know what that foul mixture is. Instantaneously, the puddle begins to swirl under his careful watch, the liquid gyrating in a violent motion. A genjutsu! Naruto cries, dispelling it with a flare of his immensely potent chakra as the others hasten to do the same, albeit with a less efficient method, but a method nevertheless. Reality appears to melt in front of his eyes as, to his immense relief, the unsanitary conditions becoming more pleasant. At least there isn't a suspiciously brown puddle. Or those larvae I saw earlier. Yep, definitely shouldn't think about that. 2 people appear, both in camouflage suits with bandages wrapped around their waists, matching gauntlets on their right hands and a forehead protector. Squinting, Naruto glimpses the Kirigakure sigil with an overlapping slash mark. Missing Nin of Kirigakure. Hired mercenaries. However, his thought bubble is burst by an agonized cry from Kakashi as they spread out, revealing a chain connected between their gauntlets. A jagged chain, intimidatingly so, made of dark metals of unknown origin. It stretches around the Jonin, entangling him in the mess of metal as the jagged edges cut into his flak jacket, leaving thin marks imprinted on it. One down. The pair roar, tugging on the chain as they run in opposite directions to further their distance from their target. Kakashi's eyes widen, full with fear, though a close examination would yield that it is artificial emotion, for layers are concealed, cleverly so, underneath. Naruto notices it. I should know. After all, I hid what I believe is my true self under the mask of the blonde hyperactive loudmouth. He scoffs, a juxtaposition to his teammates' gasps of horror and Tazuna's face becoming pale as if he had seen a ghost. Kakashi vanishes. Instantly, Sasuke charges, throwing a flurry of shuriken in a widespread arc as he does so whilst drawing a kunai. Grand fireball technique, he exclaims, sending a fireball towards them. As the smoke clears, Naruto is given an opportune time to observe the death scene. His first thought, why is the blood so chunky? It should be a liquid, not a cross between liquid and solid. Like a sauce. His second thought, there's a log. Praise the log. It's the substitution jutsu. Kakashi is alive. Armed with a newfound comprehension of what had just occurred, he rushes to aid his teammate in battle. Willing the basic broadsword into his hands, Naruto uses the substitution to appear behind his opponents, slashing wildly. 57 rations. Performing the technique with over half the number as had been used against the fake ANBU, Naruto slashes with a ferocity that far exceeds his reputation. Gozu, one of the missing nin cries, dashing towards his partner despite of that Sasuke pursues him relentlessly. Naruto finally finishes his jutsu. Farewell, soul, and may your rebirth cleanse all lust for monetary gain. Deftly, Naruto rotates his sword so that the hilt faces the sky, the tip of the blade at his opponent's downed head. Have mercy, death. He plunges his sword downwards, disrupting Gozu's already failing organs as he ceases their work altogether. The sword descends like a bird plummeting to the ground, snatching up its prey. An eagle, a hawk, birds of prey survive. Gozu. The other man wails, eyes set on one person. I'll kill you, brat. The man runs towards Naruto but is swiftly interrupted by Sasuke. Sasuke plunges his kunai into the man's arm. I'll kill you too. The man wails in anguish, sending his heavy gauntlet and chain towards Sasuke, the latter encompassing his figure as it drags him to the ground. He struggles, writhing and attempting to slide out of the chains in a single motion, yet the spikes on it are invasive of any space that could allow that, thus impeding his escape. The missing nin advances towards his primary target, who simply utters under his breath, "Appear." A magnificent ripple of light and pleasant gold manifests behind the man, pulsing with sentient energy as a blade slides out of it. It continues to slide, accelerating as it does so, appearing to elongate to reveal a massive ninjato blade. It fully pierces the width of the man, and once more, Naruto finishes him. May your love of family and camaraderie be escorted into your next life, misguided soul. Farewell. He plunges the blade into the man's skull. 9 lives at stake. How could you have, Naruto? Sakura wails as she stares at the downed shinobi. They were innocent, just doing their job. Naruto stares at her intensely before dissolving into a round of giggles. He laughs maniacally, almost crazed and frenzied as he looks up at her, before bursting back into a fit of twisted laughter. Kakashi sighs with an imaginary rain cloud pouring over his head, reflecting his mood. Naruto brushes off the fictitious dust as he rights himself, before replying to the banshee with a straight face, a melancholy edge to his voice as he tells it as it is. Sakura, this is the life of a shinobi. There is no mercy, and if I hadn't killed them, they would have killed one of us, provided that Kakashi didn't step in. You would sacrifice one of us? Heck yeah. You idiot, she exclaims, not even bothering to grasp his words and comprehend it. You are scum, Naruto mutters with an angry fervor before turning back to the road, strolling ahead of them with each stomp seeming like it could uproot entire civilizations, the weight and stress getting to him. Tazuna-san? Why did you hire Konoha Shinobi? Doesn't Wave Country have a hidden village? Quiet young woman. Gato's thugs could appear anywhere. An irritable fellow, and not exactly the most pleasant to travel with. He had been ultra-sensitive to the thought of being penalized for treason against Gato. Sorry, Sakura whispered, meaning that she spoke in a tone typical for any conversation. To answer your question, Sakura, Wave has no shinobi. Sakura nodded, Thanks, Tazuna-san. No problem. Didn't I say to shut up? The rower quietly exclaimed, with aggressive undertones carrying it into the ears of the recipients. Why is there such an abundance in the mist? No regular mist can waft for miles on end. They set foot on land, and the limited sight they had accumulated through adaptation to it during the long boat ride is immediately hampered. Wind style, great breakthrough. The thickened mist clears, hence affording them clear sight for as far as the eye can see. Good thinking, Naruto, Kakashi compliments as he scans the surroundings. The team reforming the diamond formation. He freezes. Zabuza Momochi. What's the demon of the hidden mist doing here? This draws the attention of the genin as they blink. Suddenly, silhouette phases into existence before its colors, taking the form of a man. With spiky hair and bandages wrapped around his body, he looks like a mummy, and well could be if not for the clothes covering the majority of them. In his hand is a massive sword, akin to that of a gargantuan cleaver attached to a sword handle. The decapitating carving knife, a blade that my clan has fought against for centuries. This is one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. My clan's pride rides on this encounter. I must defeat him. Kakashi Hatake. What's the copycat ninja doing here? The now named Zabuza counters mockingly. Spare me the theatrics. Step aside and you'll be spared. He offers to the trembling genin, Sakura from fear, as he pumps killing intent into the atmosphere. Sasuke from anticipation, as he awaits, his senses on point as he waits for the combat to blaze. And Naruto from a feeling of inevitability, as he lies in wait for his inevitable confrontation, the first true Kenjutsu duel. Hard pass. Naruto steps into the conversation as Kakashi breaks free from the formation, leaving his genin to flow into a triangular formation. Naruto senses a malevolent chakra being emitted from Zabuza. Shivering, he summons his broadsword. It's time to fight. He coats himself in earth chakra, knowing that he would have to hold his form against a vastly superior strength and likely speed. Kakashi lets his forehead protector fall to the floor, revealing a pulsing eye of crimson. Like a hypnotic wheel, it spins with 3 black tomo, only accentuating the mesmerizing effect it has on Zabuza. The Sharingan. Sasuke in shock stares. But how? Protect the client. I'll handle him, Kakashi cries, forming a sphere of crackling lightning that exudes a queer sound, something like birds chirping. With his hand withdrawn to a position behind his waist, the Cyclops Jonin charges, just as Zabuza recreates his mist from before. Hidden mist technique. The cloud of mist forms as abrupt as to startle the genin, who tighten their formation. Tazuna gulps, a sound so audible that it rings through the mist. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now, which shall I go for? Zabuza's cold voice resounds throughout the mist, like an omnipresent echo. I need to think like him. Empathy is an essential predictive move in battle, especially when you have time on your hands. Absent-mindedly, Naruto analyzes the points that he had mentioned. The subclavian artery would give the cleanest cut. That's the one I'd go for. Naruto raises his broadsword in a guard, his hands trembling. Simultaneously, Sasuke is staring down other problems. It's suffocating. He thinks in horror as the chakra in the air oppresses his respiration. Perhaps I should just end this. The Uchiha draws his kunai to his throat. Hey Sasuke. The Uchiha looks up from the point his kunai touches his throat. It's Naruto. We won't let you die. Sasuke smiles at him, just for a brief second. Humph, pitiful. A voice echoes throughout the mist. Even the fabled Uchiha can't withstand my killing intent. The origin of the voice appears much closer than the last time Zabuza had spoken. Why did you leave Kirigakure? Naruto inquires. My studies haven't shown why a massive exodus of ninja in the mist has sparked so recently. Additionally, I need to stall for time. He trickles some of his chakra into the atmosphere, pervading the control that Zabuza holds over it as well as reducing its efficiency. To him, the mist becomes clearer as to the others. It becomes denser and heavier, tugging at their clothes and making their movements more sluggish. Something that they immediately pick up on and account for. Well, the main players. The nuisances remain blissfully unaware, though in the long term this would prove detrimental. The Mizuki's purging all bloodlines from existence. It's a civil war, kid, and I'm now a missing nin because of it. Not that you'd understand, brat. As he speaks, the volume increases with every syllable. Kakashi, still in the confines of the mist and searching for Zabuza, doesn't realize it. And now nobody will know my story. He roars, a sudden increase in volume making Naruto leap into the air, thus avoiding a sword swing. No, the client. Now it's just me, and his panic thought process is broken as he spots Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke skidding to a stop far away. Me and Kakashi versus Zabuza. They shouldn't be getting in our way. Let's do this, Kakashi. Naruto excitedly exclaims, feeling a pulling sensation on his arm. He twitches his arm, thus dispersing the mist using the limited chakra he had planted in the mist. You're smarter than you look, brat, Zabuza says, revealing himself to have been standing in the center of their triangle formation. Thank you, Zabuza-san. Naruto dryly responds as he flares his chakra, before withdrawing it all into his blade. His broadsword radiates with blinding white light that demands attention, oozing brilliance as Naruto raises it to the sky. Appear the golden ripples that glow with a light incomparable to that of Naruto's chakra form. 5 of them to be exact. They swirl with ethereal light, but that of Naruto's is divine. How else would one describe it? To his allies, it feels warm and heartfelt, like the sun warming up a cold room in winter, showing its inhabitants that it cares. To his enemy, it feels terrifying. The sheer power exuded a fuel for intimidation as the rapidly growing abyss in your stomach feels hollow, frighteningly so. But to all, one thing is certain. He literally embodies power. The ripples manifest in various positions around Zabuza that can be leveraged. One up top whilst 4 others circle him on the sides. The sound of metal unsheathing reverberates, a single spark flying that lands on the missing nin's spiky hair. Said man's eyes twitch before he roars, hefting his blade up to above his head as he charges towards Kakashi, having pinpointed him as the imminent threat. Naruto smirks, allowing his blades to extract themselves from their respective ripples that disappear upon their hosts, vanishing from the ethereal sheaths. The blades fly towards Zabuza, 4 of them forming a comet that flies towards the former Kirigakure shinobi, whilst one plunges down from above. Drawing his blade, Naruto charges as Zabuza suddenly dissolves into the water from the strikes impacting him. Kakashi's Chidori doing the same. What? A water clone. Suddenly, a massive impact hits Naruto as his back bears the brunt of it. A single motion of the wrist sending a gash splattered across the boy's back, blood flying through the air as he lands at Sasuke's feet. Why am I so weak? Naruto grits his teeth, attempting to lift himself up. His arms crumple, collapsing in on itself as the strength and confidence he had previously exuberated leaving himself like a breath leaving one's lungs. Naruto briefly glimpses Zabuza engage Kakashi, the latter of which seems to be overpowering the former with the use of the Sharingan. Mustering all of his remaining physical strength, Naruto plants his sword's hilt into the ground, blade shooting upwards to the sky. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. Pumping all of his chakra into the sword, Naruto sends it up in a thin beam of light, which would have stood out by a mile if not for the fact that it is so ridiculously slim that it could be passed off as a hallucination or daydream. It's a sunny day, pleasant and warm, with a notable and thankful absence of strange, suspicious puddles of unidentified liquids. No rain, no downcast. Nothing that wouldn't be associated with the typical sunny day is present. So imagine the sheer surprise of the local fishermen as dark clouds begin to form. The more chakra Naruto pumps, the darker it becomes until the natural sunlight is obscured from sight. Kakashi and Zabuza continue their fight. So absorbed are they that the 2 men are caught unawares when the storm occurs. Bolts of lightning, white in color, come crashing down, striking the feet around the clashing men who stare at each other, confused, before continuing the fight. Little do they know that this is only the beginning. When one imagines the classically used electromagnetic murder technique, they visualize a wave of chained lightning stampeding towards an opponent. However, Naruto had refined it. Not in the sense that it is less costly on his reserves, but rather in a manner that compacts it into bolts of lightning. Shifting the weather is a tremendous effort, and already, Naruto begins to feel the strain as he pants, allowing himself a moment of rest before continuing. He stares at the scene in front of him, constantly pouring chakra into the clouds in order to sustain the seemingly everlasting chain of lightning as he wills it with his entire being, ever so desperate to aid his mentor and to remedy his defeat. I admit defeat, he confesses to himself as he surmounts the loss. But I will not concede when lives are at stake. Uzumaki Forbidden Technique. Manhunt. Naruto roars with a ferocity that could be represented by a tiger, though the proud creature would seldom be lying on the ground. Naruto closes his eyes. Kill Zabuza Momochi, he murmurs to himself, channeling chakra to his eyes as they snap open, his red bangs flying messily as the lightning bolts fuse into one, impacting Zabuza at impossible speeds. Kakashi leaps out of the way as the celestial javelin smashes against the ground, the electricity alone excavating a crater as it electrocutes Zabuza, who screams. Just once, before gritting his teeth, Naruto promptly blacks out with a smile on his face, knowing that Kakashi would handle the rest. My duty in this skirmish has been fulfilled. Now it is time to rest for the next. Whilst he succumbs to blissful darkness filled with nothing but nothing, the sword he had planted into the ground begins to glow with a beautiful blue glow the color of the ocean depths. Small shards of crystalline sapphire begin to run up the length of its blade, slowly but surely starting to encase the whole sword in it. The sword recedes into the dimension of the Gate of Babylon, slumbering like its wielder, humming in acceptance that when it would resurface, it would be much more powerful. 10 Baptizing in blood. What is it that you think of when somebody mentions a dark void? A dark expanse of space? Completely black, for that is the color associated with darkness? That isn't entirely possible, as the void is nothing. Something that our minds can't possibly comprehend. Unfeeling, not oppressing nor happy. Imagine that just for a second. When you think that he'll wake up? A gruff voice asks. No clue, but his sword disappeared. A stupidly high-pitched voice answers. Why don't you two go outside? I'm sure that you'll get tree climbing this round. Sasuke. The last Uchiha grumbles before stepping outside. Sakura is soon to follow, leaving Kakashi at Naruto's bedside. Would Obito have been? Kakashi murmurs, ruffling Naruto's hair as a brother would. He stares off into space, just as Naruto's eyes snap open. Instantly, they blink a great ton, allowing Kakashi to divert his gaze. How long have I been out? Naruto inquires, hopping off the bed on which he had been lying on. A week, Kakashi replies, standing up from the chair he had been sat. I must have been out from chakra usage overload. How's the bridge? When'll it be finished? Back to business already? He takes his career seriously. Kakashi grimaces. Well, there's been some complications. What? Naruto snaps, but discontinues a possible tirade and allowing his mentor to continue. Zabuza is alive. After you fell unconscious, a hunter nin from Kiri took Zabuza, likely to heal him. The hunter was an accomplice. Correct, Kakashi sorrowfully says. Expect our next confrontation in a week. Train. He leaves the room, but not before putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder and patting it. Naruto growls. I am not a pampered child that needs emotional support for everything. He exits the room in a huff. Stepping outside, he finds himself in a dining living area the size of 2 rooms but with a wall removed. Seeing the kitchen active and alive, he sweeps out of the door, but not before hearing a, "Wait a moment, young man." Naruto turns around to see a woman, most likely related to his client. And you are? He politely asks in a light tone, though his body language said otherwise. Tsunami, she replies, taking long strides forwards to shake his hand firmly. And you, Naruto Uzumaki. Now, I'm about to train, so call me in for. He looks outside a nearby window. Lunch. You shouldn't be going outside. You were just incapacitated, she protests. Naruto turns to face her with a steely gaze. You'll find that I am perfectly capable of handling myself, Tsunami-san. He sweeps through the door that he knows leads outside to find the last group of people he wants to see. Ignoring them, he ventures deeper into the forest before he summons his sword, bent on practicing some new techniques that he has in mind. Summoning his sword, he stares at it in shock. Long gone was the broadsword of gold and silver. Newly arrived is a beautiful katana. And a note. Picking the note up from its perfectly balanced position atop the blade's length as is polite, Naruto reads. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, what is this? And, it's so cool. I know for a fact that those were my thoughts when I received the katana. It's named the Ancestral Glory, and it was the sword passed down by generations, though it only accepts one Uzumaki wielder based on his heart, his soul, and his strength. His powers are the exciting bit. Instead of simply channeling chakra, it amplifies it up to a multiplier of ×2. Additionally, it allows for a whole new series of shape manipulation and refined jutsu to be used instead of choppy flamethrowers or whatever. Naruto frowns. That had been the case with the broadsword. Anyways, I'll leave you to it, so bye. No signature. Naruto smiles, his eyes twinkling with a merry light as it travels over the blade, taking in every detail of it. The sheath. At the center shaft and bottom shaft, there are red metal platings patterned with dyed leather. Small cylinders of gold pierce the sheath's width for some color, and a great ornate design of gold expands out of the tip of where the blade would end up, like a blooming flower. Unsheathing the katana from its sheath in a fluid motion, Naruto gaps at the craftsmanship required to have created such a beauty. The blade itself is proportionate to his size, the seals for amplify and proportion, as well as many other seal chains inscribed onto the blade. The blade connects to the hilt through a circular guard consisting of 3 golden plates on top of each other. The one nearest to the blade the largest in diameter, whilst the nearest to the hilt the smallest. The hilt is of dark red leather, the color of blood, patterned in the traditional diamond pattern. Taking a practice swing, Naruto's eyes widen as the blade cleanly cleaves through a nearby tree. With his chakra blade technique, it cleaves through a tree and the 3 behind it. Brilliant. Wait, what's this? Naruto stares at a scroll that had miraculously appeared. Perusing it, his eyes widen as he finds categorized styles of the styles that past Uzumaki had utilized. I will surpass my ancestors, ironically with the ancestral glory, and I will start by creating my own style of kenjutsu. One that will utilize all of my elemental affinities and honor my ancestors. Instantly, he begins analyzing his ancestors' notes on the different sword styles and discovers that his former style had been that of freestyle fighting. I would prefer something with much more precise movements, but also a sense of unpredictability. I can incorporate the fluid motions of water and the cutting power of wind in the blade. Then, I can reserve lightning and fire for quick movements. The style will be centered around water and wind. Then I shall add the other elements. Earth is for defense. With the aid of his ancestors' notes, he finds a similar style. The whirlpool style, created by Mito Uzumaki and popularized by Kushina Uzumaki. Mother, he whispers, I will continue your legacy, as well as alter the whirlpool style. Don't get me wrong. I will make my own adjustments to it. Practicing the style's motions, Naruto finds it to be unnaturally easy for him, as if it were a mere thought that could be accomplished within the blink of an eye. Easily displaying agility and speed, Naruto decides to move onto the style's kenjutsu techniques. Whirlpool style, River Rampage. Disappearing in a burst of light, Naruto reappears near a tree, performing 3 consecutive slashes before repeating it, cleaving a total of 7 trees into quarters. He reappears at his original starting point. Naruto frowns. This could be dodged or blocked by one with good reflexes. I need different methods of appearing near opponents instead of always going behind their backs. Maelstrom style, River Rampage. This time, he vanishes in a flash of azure blue, zipping in a linear pattern through a nearby tree, doing the same in a triangular pattern for a single repetition. Better. Naruto pants heavily. I just need to refine it. He sits on a log, placing his scrolls on his lap. Now, it's time to test my endurance. He trains well into the night, repeating the same set of jutsu as well as mowing down trees as one would grass for miles. Where were you? Kakashi demands as Naruto strides through the door, exhausted, as evident by his slumped shoulders which would otherwise be proud and regal, like a clan head. Training, Naruto responds, stomping off to his room during the duration of the mission. Promptly, he falls asleep. This routine continues for the duration of a whole week, 2 days dedicated to completely mastering a singular technique, whilst the final day is reserved for brushing up on ninjutsu and taijutsu. Team 7 wakes up to a foreboding air. It is the day. Naruto still hadn't left his room. "Let him sleep," Kakashi says. "He worked himself too hard last night." "Ugh, fine. Let's get to the bridge," Sasuke demands, stomping out of the door with his team following him. Naruto's eyes snap open, taking in the wooden ceiling before booting out of bed, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he dons a pair of tight black pants and a red silken shirt, his abused hands covered in silk gloves. He splashes his face with water from a basin before he freezes. "Now, come quietly or the boy gets it." A hostage situation, Naruto realizes in a frenzied state, creeping quietly out his room to the stairs that lead to the ground floor of the abode. As he does so, analyzing more of the situation, Naruto flies down the stairs, summoning ancestral glory as he does so. "Maelstrom style. Quick beheading," he mutters, appearing behind the bandits that had drawn swords and swiftly butchering their bodies. "May your misguided souls be cleansed in the afterlife," Naruto mutters, wiping his blade clean of blood using a rag. Tsunami and Inari stare in shock. It had all been over in a blue flash. "Well, I'm off to the bridge. Go hide at a friend's place or something." "Bye," Naruto swiftly says, dashing out of the home with little words to spare. Taking a shortcut through the foliage, Naruto bursts out of a small forest to be greeted by a raging battle. Sasuke is currently in a dome of sorts, glistening a blue color. Sakura guards Tazuna. Kakashi fights Zabuza. Prioritizing the two fights, Naruto immediately locks on to Sasuke. He looks battered, his movements sluggish, not saving him from an onslaught of what seems to be needles. 57 rations, Naruto cries, the sight of his bruised teammate serving to infuriate him. The countless amount of slashes rain down upon the dome of ice where Sasuke coughs up blood. "Die!" Naruto roars, sheer rage coursing through his veins as he pours more strength into every thrust, every attack enhanced by the second as the ice cracks. He demonstrates an overhead strike which shatters the dome, thus allowing Sasuke to limp away from the battle to receive first aid from Sakura, who possesses the team's medkit. "It's just you and me, Hunter-san." "Indeed it is," she replies. "Secret art, 1,000 needles of death." Water pools around her before rising into the air, pillars of the clear liquid forming before freezing, all within the span of a second. Naruto looks impressed with the feat, that is, until before it shatters, revealing needles long but thin. His expression changes to one of horror before his advanced jutsu repertoire catches up to him. Maelstrom style. Quick beheading. With a swift burst of speed, Naruto loops around his opponent, getting behind her back and swings his sword, striving for a nice, clean cut around the neck. Instead, he gets the rejection treatment, also known as, "I won't let you get the chance." The false Hunter-nin ducks, before responding in kind with a leg sweep, which Naruto jumps over as one would rope. Fire style. Flamethrower technique. He murmurs, sending a pillar of flame at his adversary, who once again ducks. Naruto grins a shark-like smile. "Got him." He flicks his sword downwards, the beam of flame following as it comes into impact with the accomplice. Naruto looks around. "No scream?" He questions as he charges towards the last known location of the Hunter Ninja, expecting a charred corpse. As he looms above the corpse, a sudden kick jolts him back to reality as a flurry of senbon follows that up, forcing him to twist the body midair that leads to him being kicked high into the sky as he nears the ground. Haku smirks. "Another arrogant fool. A pity. I had been expecting a proper fight." "Chakra blade," Naruto shouts, allowing his blade to violently travel in a downwards arc, hence releasing a similarly shaped arc of pure white chakra to cut into the ground, for its target had evaded moments prior. "Chakra blade barrage," Naruto roars, still descending, thus sending a bombardment of the arcs downwards towards his opponent. They spread far and wide, yet the opponent somehow is still able to evade. Naruto's anger grows white-hot, before receding, his true emotions hidden behind a facade. Inwardly, he is cool and calculated, as he uses the substitution technique to arrive on the ground before schedule. He swings his blade at Haku, whose eyes widen, and sidestepping, she twirls multiple sunbon in between her fingers, launching them with deadly precision as Naruto struggles to dodge. He manages, using a combination of his natural flexibility as well as his agility training for the whirlpool style. Beginning to build up speed, he sprints towards her with his katana in a position in front of him, tip pointed upwards and left arm behind his back. Ducking and weaving in between several senbon, Naruto slices downwards at Haku, who creates a kunai from the nearby water source. They fight, a series of evasion techniques coming into play as neither seems to be getting the upper hand over the other. Adrenaline floods Naruto's system as a bloodlust unlike any he had felt before floods his system. He lunges, thoughts of safety and caution abandoned as he brings his sword down on his adversary, feinting to the left as it cleanly rips through her clothes, drawing blood from her waist. A fluke! Haku mentally grits her teeth as she responds with a flurry of aggressive slashes, getting in close as to dissuade her opponent from utilizing his superior reach. Naruto backflips, regaining his bearings. What was that? I could have died there. Almost as quickly as he had disengaged, he charges back into the fray, seeing Kakashi dominate his opponent. He seems to have learnt from his previous mistakes. Water style, water torrent. Naruto cries, releasing a torrent of water shaped like a missile that speeds towards Haku. It freezes, dropping to the floor as Haku overpowers the Jutsu with her own chakra. Naruto quickly releasing his hold, knowing that it is futile to resist. The earth stirs, plates of its continental crust shifting to allow the vulnerability of the earth's mantle. Maelstrom style. Impaler technique. A jagged spike of rock erupts from the ground, shooting up into the sky. The size of it could be comparable to a colossal monument to the sky, like a massive pillar of civilization. It juts into the sky, the spike tossing Haku into the air, sending her flying before landing on the elongated tip. A piercing cry reverberates throughout the air as the spear of inner earth lodges itself in her spine. At this rate, she has moments to live. Naruto allows the jutsu to slowly decrease in height before all that is left is a raised platform of rock. Manipulating the earth, molding it to his liking, he creates a bed and a chair before plopping down on the latter. Haku, now on a bed, shrieks in torment as her spine arcs in pain. A chunk of rock equivalent in mass to hers lodged deeply into her spine. Naruto sighs, injecting a liquid into her system through her frothing mouth. The pain stops. You have 3 minutes before you die. Naruto pauses, allowing the weight of the statement to sink in. Do you have anything to say? I'm an attentive listener. If Haku was expecting anything, it wasn't that. But why? It doesn't take a major milestone for Naruto to figure what she means. Everyone has a story. Everyone is unique. You are no different, and I'd like to be immersed in your tale. Haku's face contorts into one of cold fury. So I am nothing but a tool for you to listen to? Naruto shakes his head, a pained expression on his face. You misunderstand. I believe that death becomes more acceptable, knowing that the weight is off your shoulders. Haku takes a few deep breaths before nodding, a serene look now on her face, knowing she could finally rest after years of being on the run. I was originally a girl in the land of water. I had it all. A loving father, a doting mother, a working-class family. Everything I had wished for. Haku breaths, lost in memories. But all good things come to an end. One day, I awakened the ice-release bloodline, and I lost it all. At this, Haku becomes teary-eyed, fat drops of water freely cascading down her face and dripping off her chin, splattering themselves on the ground. I learnt a valuable lesson when I was approached by Zabuza-sama that day. It's better to be hated for what you are than what you are not. Her words trail off as an imaginary clock chime, the scythe of the Shinigami appearing behind her head as a ghostly bell rings. Naruto bows his head in respect. You are a good person. Please don't let your death change you. Stay the same, and find happiness in what you love most. Haku opens her mouth as if to speak but indecisively closes it. She stares at Naruto with a grateful look in her teary eyes that slowly drains away, the dead look of the deceased corrupting it. May you rest in peace, Naruto murmurs, his head bowed as a serene smile graces Haku's face. Even in the afterlife, she is happy. Naruto smiles, elated that his words had inspired such acceptance in one so unaccepting. An anguished wail erupts from the other side of the bridge, killing intent flooding the atmosphere that forces Naruto to his knees. Kakashi struggling to maintain the momentum he had kept in his fight thus far as Zabuza stampedes towards Naruto. Massive sword in hand with his teeth clenched so tightly that one could expect it to shatter. "You'll pay!" he roars, swinging the sword as Naruto raises his in a black, getting to his feet. "It isn't right. I should let him take my life, for I have killed his adopted daughter in all but blood. But no, I'll keep fighting until the very end." Naruto's resolve hardens, solidifying as he digs his feet into the ground, pushing with all his bodily force in a blade lock, his smaller yet more refined blade withstanding the sheer mass of the larger one. Haku wouldn't want you to ruminate, to linger, like a lost soul destined to forever walk a lonely plane over her death. Naruto firmly adheres to Haku's personality. His tone softens. "Just know that she thought of you as a father figure. I can tell you that much." Naruto fights back tears as he champions a dead woman's cause to said person's closest link to life, who stares at him in shock. "Did she really?" Zabuza quietly asks, unsure but at the same time, overjoyed. It turns to melancholy. "It doesn't even matter. I'll still avenge her." Both males are fighting back tears, one from championing one of the few respectable kunoichis left in the cruel world, and the other from losing his dearest, the closest thing he had to a daughter. But they don't even want to fight any longer. "Truce." Naruto gives him a watery smile, holding out his hand. Zabuza opens his mouth, his central mass shifting to a more relaxed position. "Well, how disappointing is this?" A rough voice shouts. This attracts the attention of all the bridge's occupants at the moment. "Gato, what are you doing here?" Zabuza gruffly asks, his voice toughened as if trying to break free, seal away his anguish. "Well, I found that bandits are way cheaper than you." Gato spits with a venom that only an extremely anoxic toxin would produce. His army of bandits jeer behind him, weapons of all types gathered in their arms. He strides over to Haku's downed body. Naruto and Zabuza blink, seeing how far they had traveled from Haku's place of rest. He pokes her dead body with the tip of his cane, disturbing her slumber with his feet as he kicks her using an ugly black boot. "Humph, such a pathetic specimen like this one shouldn't be shinobi." He sneers, desecrating her remnants of life and soul on the mortal plane. Naruto snaps. How dare he defile such an honorable kunoichi? Unconsciously, he begins to exude masses of suffocating chakra, still white in color but losing the benevolent air that had surrounded it. Instead, it exudes divine fury, powerful but provoked and angered, as his rage begins to show. "You!" Naruto's voice quivers with barely restrained fury. "You shall pay for your sins against humanity." The chakra swirling around him shapes itself as if a pair of invisible hands mold it into a weapon. An avatar, an armored construct forms from the chakra, which melds itself into seemingly metallic armor that encompasses enough space to fit Naruto and 3 others, though within it is the soul caster. It's like armor akin to that worn by samurai, seemingly dense and hard like the actual material itself. The plates narrow around the neck which leads to the head, a visor of chakra forming as 2 swords trailing with golden flames manifest in gauntlets for hands. "I should name this thing," Naruto absently mutters, before jolting back to reality. "Right, let's do this." Swerving his hands in perfect harmony like a conductor with their baton, Naruto directs it towards the army of bandits, bathing in a sadistic pleasure that amuses him as the cowards drop like flies. Those who tried to run are instantly cut down by Zabuza, as well as Kakashi, who had deemed the former to be an ally for the moment. This leaves only Gato, who begins to step backwards as Naruto deactivates his avatar, landing safely on the ground. "And now we can talk about this, right?" Gato pleads desperately. "I'll give you anything. You are the archetype of the person I hate most. Greedy, immoral, and overall pathetic. Any self-respecting man would never become like you." Naruto spits, his sword pointed at the business tycoon, who stutters incomprehensibly. "It's time to end this. The suffering of Wave." Naruto murmurs in a daze, as he angles his sword towards Gato's pelvis. The businessman's eyes widen. He wouldn't dare. Naruto lunges, sending an ear-splitting cry throughout the bridge. But first, you must repent for your sins. Naruto screeches in a berserk tone. 11 barbecue or ramen. Naruto cradles his head in his arms. Why did such an honorable person have to die? It isn't my fault, or is it? I could tell that she was a wonderful person, but outwardly misguided. At least she had found someone who cared, but she's long gone. The tragedy of her death replays in his head, haunting him as he is forced to watch every moment, helpless, knowing that he can't interfere with the past through this memory. Wet drops stain his bedsheets as he mourns the death of one of the most emotionally strong people he had ever met. Not in terms of emotional fortitude, but rather terms of expression. He gives a watery smile as he stares up to his window. It's a full moon, its light, silver beams gently caressing his hair as he drifts off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto jolts up in bed. It's early morning, streaks of orange light barely rising above the horizon. Hearing the rush of the sea crashing against the shoreline, he smiles, truly in tune with nature. Knock, knock, knock. His thoughts drift off to last night. It had been the night of the battle, and the village had wanted to profusely thank their savior. His hands still ache, wanting nothing more than relaxation. Naruto slumps back in bed. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, he responds, crossing the room to open the door. Kakashi stands in the hallway, a scrutinizing gaze on his face. Yo, it's time for training. His speech falters as he spots the dried tear stains on the cheeks of Naruto, the bloodshot eyes that signifies either a bad temper or lack of sleep. Not interested. Naruto closes the door, and as Kakashi moves to open it, he hears the familiar click of the door locking. He sighs, heading back down towards the communal area to tell the team the news. Naruto retreats into his room, slumping into the soft mattress that Tsunami had provided. He stares at the ceiling, his gaze eventually drifting to the window. Unblinking, he gets up to stare out of it. He glances uncertainly at the door. I feel the pull that the scrolls mentioned, but do I risk it now? He pulls the window open, climbing out and hopping onto the edge. Yes, Naruto's silhouette vanishes into the rising sun. What do you mean he isn't responding? Kakashi roars at a cowering Sakura. I tried to bring him lunch, but he wasn't responding. Sakura stammers. Well, find him. Whilst this drama occurs, Naruto had safely arrived at the ruins. It doesn't appear to be much, anticipated to have been the rubble caused by the collapse of a stone formation of sorts. But the Uzumaki clan knows better. Why? Because they made it, and buried underneath is a hidden temple. According to the Uzumaki who had constructed it with the help of clones, it contains the remains of one of the most prodigious Uzumaki to ever walk this mortal plane. Said member had never been named, but the scroll had mentioned a tugging feeling in his gut. So far, it had been lost for centuries. Until now, so you can understand Naruto's abundant excitement as he shifts parts of the rubble. After hours on end, most of it still remains, and the sun had risen about an hour ago. 2 hours ago, Naruto had lost track of time. Now, he labors in the glaring heat of the sun, sweat trickling down his back and head as he perseveres. Alas, this is all to no avail, as, after the countless time of labor, no temple appears. I'll destroy this pesky rubble. Naruto frustratedly resolves as he utilizes his Chakra blade technique. It cleaves cleanly through the rubble, disintegrating them into a fine powder. He strikes gold. Blowing away some rock-colored powder, he uncovers a ladder. Upon inspection, minute seals make up the perimeter of the ladder. Blood. Identification. Naruto reads, tracing a finger along each seal. Intruder. Trap. Soul. Death. How morbid. The chain is constantly recycled throughout the complexities of the defense mechanism. But it's simple for Naruto to get the gist. A blood identification seal. A trap for intruders that will lead to death and something to do with the soul. Pricking his finger on a kunai, Naruto allows a drop of blood to splatter upon the seal before descending, the ladder leading him for a long descent. He went this way. Sakura cries, pointing east with a single lead. A footprint pointed in said direction. Well, let's get going. Kakashi responds, Sasuke in tow as they begin to run at a decently swift pace. Feels like hours since I've begun the descent. Naruto mutters to himself, still descending on the rungs of the ladder. It had been what seemed like ages since he had begun, and without a method of tracking the time, he is completely lost. Oh, screw this. Instead of holding on to the ladder, Naruto plunges downwards in the limited space provided, red hair flying upwards and arms tightly at his sides. The ground comes rushing up to him. Channeling chakra into his feet, he successfully cushions the brunt of the impact. He grins stupidly before his face turns to a mask of seriousness. In a dusty catacomb, he observes. Brilliant. He's in a circular room with 4 tunnels leading out from it, each forbiddingly dark and intimidatingly cold. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he cries, the signature cloud of smoke making dust fly up into the air as he coughs him out. For clones of him had formed. Go investigate the tunnels, Naruto orders as they nod, rushing at the tunnels with enthusiasm. They all dispel upon meeting the entrance. Attempting it a second time, Naruto realizes that it has to be a seal of sorts. This time, they each vanish in a cloud of colored smoke. The northern tunnel's clone exploded in a shower of red, as well as the south. The west and east vanish in clouds of purple and gray respectively. Naruto shrugs, walking through the western tunnels. Idly, he analyzes the whole situation. For a temple centuries old, this place doesn't smell half bad. Sure, the stone is weathered, but what can you do? A sudden impact sends him falling backwards, his back hitting the cold, hard floor. A dead end. Naruto grumbles angrily. What is this, a maze? He backtracks, headed towards the eastern tunnel, which finally yields some results. It is a shrine to Ryujin, a statue of the celestial god overlooking the altar, the minute details such that it is lifelike, scarily so. The eyes stare downwards, the orbs glinting mysteriously as it appears to move. Naruto shudders. Beautifully woven tapestries line the walls, made of smooth silk that glows in the eerie light of candles that illuminate the shrine, but barely. Naruto's eyes drift towards the altar, where a lonely scabbard lies, made of wood, presumably, but draped in silk, flowing like a peaceful river, except a gradient between blue to silver. No way, Naruto thinks in glee as he picks it up. This place is a gold mine. Air flows through the shrine as the scabbard glows with a sumptuous white light that comes in streaks. Like lights flying across the night sky, it is radiant. It swirls in an ellipse, orbiting it with a mysterious vibe to it. A phosphorescent flame is added to the mix, forming a gradient that is something undeniably beautiful. His ancestral's glory appears out of nowhere, startling Naruto. I hadn't given it the command to materialize, so why did it? Naruto thinks in confusion. It slides into the sheath as if it were magnetically attracted to it before the lights consume it. Sparks fly through the air, exterminating dust that had inhabited the lair for centuries, finally returning to nature. A hint of silver is added to the mystic concoction of sorts, it expanding and blending all the colors together to form a lustrous silver, almost like the undying radiance of the moon. It is Delphic yet enthralling, a shade of a color that you could stare at for hours on end. A blinding flash of light explodes from the sheath and sword, sending Naruto flying backwards, crashing on the floor that had been cleansed of all dust. Rolling forwards and transitioning that into a brief dash, Naruto stares with fascination as the radiant glow recedes, anticipating what would occur next in a chain reaction of events. It leaves a sword. The use of words alone would fall short of describing it, yet it will be, though not to its fullest extent. A stunning blade created of such a dark black that acts as a void in the dim light, pools of light simply being negated upon contact. The blade ends in a pointed tip instead of a sharp edge that is commonly found with a katana. There is no guard, rather a cylindrical loop that appears to be in dragon's wing protectively wrapped around an ethereal sphere that generates a mist that envelopes the blade forebodingly. The hilt? A simple yet effective cylinder that ends with a hard pommel, more mass applied there than to the other components, including blade, as to add more force behind attacks used there. It's wrapped in silver silk, the quality of which could be priceless. Picking it up, Naruto gaps in shock to experience how light it feels, almost like holding a dagger. The tip of the blade gleams dangerously as it moves ever so slightly through the air, being controlled by the utmost of precise movements, whistling as it does so. Amazing, Naruto breathes in awe as he admires the weapon capable of mass destruction. I wonder how this will be compatible with my maelstrom style. Within his mind, a booming voice speaks to him. The blacklight enables its wielder to utilize a wide range of genjutsu that uses itself as a medium. The blade will guide you. Like any other blade, it allows you to conduct chakra through it as well as utilize all elemental affinities, though you'll discover that the water jutsu are substantially stronger. Who are you? Naruto frantically searches every nook and cranny of the shrine, all to yield no results. No response. Naruto sighs. Well, thank you, Ryujin. Naruto scrutinizes it, his hand comedically stroking an invisible beard as he stares off into space. Where have I seen this blade before? Plopping down, he unseals a sealing kit out of seemingly nowhere, though an expert could clearly see storage seals etched on the skin above his femur, painting an advanced storage seal that would respond to his chakra signature alone. He seals blacklight into it, making it in the shape of a flame. Silently praying for the dragon god, Naruto walks back to the main chamber. Hours of climbing a rung? Screw this. Naruto and company walk back to the village of Konoha, Kakashi having resolved to address his insubordination during the haul back home. Said Jonin turns to him with a barely concealed rage. Now, would you mind telling me why you ran away? Sasuke and Sakura snicker behind said man's back. I would, Naruto promptly replies, stalling for time as he mentally considers many excuses to be utilized. As your mentor, you will tell us where you've been, or you'll be forced to do D-ranks for a whole month. Kakashi roars, losing his composure. Naruto twitches in annoyance. This is a private business. Stiffly, he responds. Clan business? Kakashi. Seizing his moment, Sasuke interjects. Ha, yeah right. You're the class clown. Obviously, you could never have a clan. Naruto silently fumes, before his face morphs to an expression of incredulity. I'm vastly superior to you in every way, yet you still address me as the class clown? He scoffs. If I didn't know you, I'd think you're a pompous brat that doesn't know his place. Naruto pauses for dramatic effect and seeing Sasuke struggle to find a comeback, plows on. I know you, and you're worse than that. Naruto smirks. His point is proven, before quieting and continue walking, hoping for evasion of any future mishaps. As they walk on the trail back to Konoha, he begins to finger the seal of the dragon, twitching towards it as if an itch plagues him. What's wrong with me? I've never felt such a strong urge in my life. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, he addresses them, who look up. Race you to Konoha. First one gets a ramen voucher. Sasuke scoffs. I'll change the stakes. I'll pitch in a couple of hundred ryo. Not wanting to be outdone, Sakura adds to the flame. I'll pitch in a voucher to the Akimichi restaurant. 50% off. It's settled. Then, Naruto smirks, a competitive gleam in his eyes. Ready. His gaze turns animalistic as he glimpses the two-edge forward. A good inch's head start. Set. He smiles seeing Kakashi get into a position for a good start 10 meters behind them. Go! He laughs, as he speeds ahead of them, drawing blacklight in a single slash that grants him a seemingly trivial burst of speed. Kakashi's eyes widen, seeing him throw his arms back and pour chakra into his feet that would amount to a sizable portion of any A-rank shinobi's reserves. We've still got 10 kilometers worth of travel left. Most civilian-born has barely run a single kilometer without collapse. I'll have to keep an eye on Sakura. Kakashi worriedly glances at Sakura, who lags behind Sasuke by a fraction of a meter. Naruto, however, has no qualms about his bet whatsoever. I have about 100 of those ramen vouchers, and another 50 of much more useful ones. However, he discounted a key player in the grand scheme of a perceived victory. Barbecue. Kakashi salivates, springing forward, ahead of Naruto and proceeding to sprint at Jonin-level speeds. Naruto's mouth falls open. Kawarimi no Jutsu, disappearing and reappearing in a trail of logs. Naruto catches up to Kakashi, traveling meters upon meters on end with a single jutsu. Yatta! Naruto cries enthusiastically. Ramen, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 clones spread out in a line leading from the gates of Konoha to Naruto's position. Meanwhile, Kakashi had overtaken him by several meters. Barbecue, maelstrom style. Quick beheading, with the true purpose behind the jutsu to reappear behind the target in time for the user to kill said target. Naruto gyrates, spinning in a controlled whirlwind as he vanishes in a burst of super-enhanced speed, reappearing behind a clone 100 meters ahead, decapitating the clone. He repeats the brutal cycle, shrugging off the pain and discomfort the action came with. Ramen, no, my barbecue, yatta, databeo. Safe to say that Naruto won. 12-eye request, Hokage. Naruto inquires. Kakashi had just delivered the mission report and Sasuke had just left. Of course, where he goes, Sakura follows, and as such it's just the three of them remaining in the room. Yes, Naruto? Hiruzen frowns. The only times he had been addressed formally was when something was wrong. Without the usual exuberance radiating from him, Naruto leaves an impression of foreboding as he speaks the fateful words, I request a transfer to another team. Kakashi's head bows in despair, his last chances and hopes of reconnecting with his sensei's legacy utterly crushed as his lone eye tears up. Seeing this, Hiruzen calmly asks the question, why? Well, it's more the team than the mentor, Naruto reaffirms, allowing Kakashi to lift his head with a watery smile and half-hearted chuckle. Sasuke and Sakura are annoying. Sakura is essentially useless in every way and Sasuke is downright unbearable. From his Uchiha pride to his demands for everyone to pamper him with jutsu. Flashback, hey, dope, where'd you get the new sword? Twasn't here yesterday. Huh, I claimed it for my own. What's it to you? Give it to me, Sasuke demands, his palm outstretched as he stares expectantly at Naruto, who gazes back with boredom. Never will I ever owe Sasuke Uchiha anything, Naruto smirks. By Kami, he is so pretentious. Then you shall teach me all of your jutsu. He grins, repetitively telling himself that his victory is ensured. Naruto turns his back on him, walking away. He genuinely isn't worth my time. I could be starting on one of that new genjutsu that the voice mentioned. I believe it said, the blade will guide you? I've got to try that. Where'd you think you're going, loser? I've yet to claim my prize. Sasuke indignantly shouts like a petulant child missing out on some candy as he charges. Fist raised, he blinks, his eyes becoming a scarlet red with circular rings surrounding his pupil with a single tomo, floating around the pupil as if in orbit. His fist crashes into Naruto's back, which dissolves into a pool of water. What? Sasuke thinks in confusion as he watches Naruto become a puddle of water. A hazy voice drifts throughout the air in a sudden burst of wind. If you don't wisen up and prioritize friendship over revenge, you'll never have anything to gain. Flashback end. This team has no synergy and unless they tank for every shot that comes towards me, it will never work. He spits with a loathing, most unlike anything they had heard from him before. Hiruzen and Kakashi sigh, and I fear that with his Sharingan, he will copy the Uzumaki clan's jutsu. That is unacceptable. Naruto adds to the flame with a firm tone, his motives now clear. He wishes to protect his clan from a possible threat to its future. Hiruzen realizes, I have trained you well. Then, in that case, I will transfer you to another team. The Hokage sighs, giving Kakashi a sorrowful look. He flips open a file. I believe that team may 8th suffice? Naruto contemplates the offer. Actually, I wish to be pulled off duty for a while. He finally answers, gaining 2 looks of shock. What? They incredulously exclaim in perfect sync. Why? Naruto smiles mischievously. I wish to train with Might Guy's squad. Kakashi's mouth drops open, his mask stretching along with it as his eyes take on a fearful fervor. Naruto, if you don't want your sanity to be tested to the limits, then you can't go there. What? Why? Naruto perfectly mimics their previous action, complete with incredulous tone and comical deadpan. It's a madhouse. Brilliant. Naruto smiles. Insanity is something I specialize in. Very well. Hiruzen adheres to the agreement. You shall train with Might Guy daily for as long as you wish and use your free time to train in your other specialties. Thank you, Hokage. Naruto stiffly bows, the closest to a sign of respect anyone would ever get. The Chunin exams will be in a month. I trust that you'll be ready. Understanding the implied message, Naruto gives a positive answer. Of course. Then you are dismissed. Come to me if you ever need help. I'll always be here. If not, you know where to find me. Naruto nods, walking out of the room at a moderately sedate pace. He's really grown up, hasn't he? Kakashi asks wistfully. You have no idea. The aged Hokage trails off, staring into space with a sorrowful expression on his weathered face. The next day, having asked around, Naruto travels to Training Ground 9, the supposed abode for the person he searches for. Opening the gate, he's immediately greeted by an unpleasant sight. Who wears that? He mentally screams in abject horror as he looks on the traumatizing scene. His eyes twitch as a man clad in a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers and eyebrows like caterpillars runs up to him. His hair is in a bowl cut and his eyebrows are permanently set in a position which one would dub constipated. He gives Naruto a thumbs up. Yash, the power of youth has granted me another youthful pupil, he exclaims, making Naruto wince at the sheer volume. Thanks. Naruto uncertainly replies. Yash, let's do 50 laps around the village. The Jonin grins, not one of sadistic pleasure but rather a joy. Does he seriously expect me to do this? Naruto's jaw drops. A miniature version of Guy cartwheels up to him. Yash, you are most youthful to train with us. He smiles, giving a megawatt smile that looks like the sun's glare. Let us exercise our most youthful selves, he shouts, following his sensei out of the training ground for the laps. Naruto sighs, trudging after them, but immediately rolls to the side, drawing a kunai as a hand lays itself on his shoulder. His head snaps to the person, and seeing a shocked gaze, apologizes. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge today. Just a little? She stresses. Observing her, Naruto immediately deduces her as a weapons expert by the number of pouches that presumably contain throwing weapons of sorts. She wears a pink sleeveless cheap house style blouse and dark green pants with the Konoha forehead protector on her head. Indeed, Naruto responds, before beginning introductions. I'll be spending time here for at least a month. Why shouldn't I? My name's Naruto. You? His tone leaves no room for arguments. 10-10. Well, we'd better get running, Naruto states, following the Jonin out of the training ground gates. They run side by side, making conversation as another joins them. Once again scrutinizing the new person, Naruto immediately is made aware of his heritage. Only the Hyuga and Uchiha are antisocial pricks. He's a Hyuga, and Tenten's the Sakura of their generation, except shyer about it. Now on their 10th lap, they slow-pace despite the fact that Guy and his clone in miniature are on their 20th. Tenten and who she tells him is named Niji begin to slow, with the latter inching ahead of the former gradually. Naruto's resolve is tested. I will not be beaten by them. If I am to become Hokage, I must be the strongest in the village of my own accord, not just relying on Moonshade or my inheritance to do so. Channeling a great portion of his chakra into his feet, Naruto speeds ahead on the trail that they had perused, clear of any life excluding the team who frequent it. His mind's processing speed slows in comparison to the speeds that he travels at as he quickly laps the pair of training maniacs several times before falling into pace with them. His limbs worn out and his mind exhausted. It's the 50th lap. Yash, your flames of youth are tremendous, Naruto-san, Guy shouts as they slow to a light jog, something that Naruto is thankful for. Thanks, guys, he weakly says. Is every day of training going to be like this? The two look-alike sigh in timed unison. Nah, though we do a mission every week. I'll pass on the missions. My goal is to get stronger and not to be flamboyant for the records, Naruto states. Guy nods in understanding. Now, let's do some taijutsu training whilst we wait for the other two to finish up. If memory serves right, they have 10 laps to go. Very well. Lee and Naruto stand facing each other, tens of meters apart in the training ground. Remember, this is a friendly spar, Guy tells the two. He moves off to the side. It's taijutsu only. Begin. Lee immediately charges, leaping into the air and extending his right leg, bending it so that it forms a V midair. Dynamic entry, he cries, fully extending his foot as it flies towards Naruto, the abundance of acceleration and momentum propelling him towards the aforementioned boy. Lethargy, Naruto cries, sinking lower into the ground, allowing Lee's leg to pass overhead, something he hadn't anticipated. Lee's superior speed. His leg blurs downwards, crashing into Naruto's outstretched palm that had been in a position to grab the leg. Unmoving, Naruto screams as he toughens his skin through the utilization of Earth Chakra. With his hand closing around Lee's foot, he lobs him away, taking the time to examine the sudden stinging that had taken place on his hand. It's blistered. Is this how much force I'm barely evading? Damn. I need to enhance my foot with chakra for that. Naruto charges, not allowing his temporary foe to recuperate as he dashes from side to side, evading Lee's sight by careful and predictive strafing that eventually allows him to get in close to Lee. Now behind his opponent, he assaults Lee, utilizing the style that he had been trained in, the Twin Panther style. Claw! He cries, lacing his hands with chakra using but a single thought as they form claw motions. Naruto lunges, just as Lee performs a spinning hook kick. The redhead doesn't find the space and time to dodge, thus bearing the brunt of the attack just as Lee does the same. Both boys fly backwards, Naruto worse for wear due to the lack of specialized taijutsu training, whereas Lee had been more extreme. However, the amount of pain that floods their pain receptors is equal, though Naruto feels less of it, this attributed to his abuse when in his childhood. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee bellows, charging in for more as he begins to deliver a barrage of high and low spinning kicks. His movements now a blur as Naruto struggles to react, raising his hands in a block but ultimately getting pushed around by his opponent as Lee sends him flying once more. Naruto smiles. I finally found someone worthy of being my competitor. An equal of sorts. He cushions his fall through a backwards roll, lightly pulsing his chakra outwards as to detect Lee, but immediately, his eyes widen. Naruto cartwheels forwards, his feet withdrawn, but it lashes out as his legs are perfectly angled to kick upwards. Two pairs of feet connect, as Naruto halts his acrobatic motion to launch off the ground, sending Lee flying upwards as Naruto does so, just lower than him. Naruto flips midair, hastening his descent to the ground in order to position himself correctly for when Lee arrived on the ground, as he tucks his limbs in to form a human-sized ball. Landing safely on the ground, Naruto positions himself slightly to the left of the expected place of impact for Lee, readying himself. He pours chakra into his right arm, contracting a muscle as to allow the sharp point that is the elbow to face Lee. Elbow! He yells, kicking off with a burst of speed and creating a cloud of dust as a result, slamming his elbow into Lee's throat. Lee skids across the battleground, slumping against a tree as he copes to retain focus. Naruto hangs back as a sign of respect for his opponent, watching Lee struggle to his feet. Ready? Naruto asks as Lee leaps into the air. I'll take that as a yes, Naruto mutters to himself, springing into the air as the two genin meet, exchanging blows until both of them drop. Claw, leaf whirlwind, fong, dynamic entry, elbow, leaf drop. Lee cries, delivering a falling kick that falls into the midst of Naruto's hands that knocks him off course of the descent, sending Naruto flying through the air. Naruto sighs, second time today. I'm going to up my practice. Stalking Panther, he mutters, coating himself in wind chakra to minimize resistance as well as lightning chakra to allow his senses to soar to new heights. Vanishing from existence, he appears to materialize behind Lee, delivering a series of kicks and punches that sends Lee flying down like a meteorite that had just entered the atmosphere. Lee! Guy cries, catching his downed student. Naruto lands next to him, panting heavily, his breath labored. Tell him, thanks, for the spar, and that he did well. He rasps out, downing a bottle of water and handing Guy a similar bottle. Exhaling in satisfaction, both from the fight, the victory and the refreshing water, he adds, that's some herbal tea. It'll help him recuperate. Helps the immune system. Guy nods gratefully, holding his student's mouth open and pouring the said liquid into it. Naruto smiles serenely at the care Guy holds for his student. I wish all teachers did care, he frowns. Well, Naruto finally says, breaking the silence, I'd best be off. I'll see you here tomorrow. Thanks for coming, Naruto. Guy acknowledges his underclassman. Anytime, Guy-sensei. Naruto replies, walking out of training ground 913 Anathema. In the dim light of the moon, a lone figure steps into a clearing, all signs of life having receded into the nearby fauna and flora. Asleep. The moon shines overhead, great silver beams of it barely illuminating the figure as trees part overhead to allow it to do so. He has red hair, beautiful azure eyes that any would kill for. Two features that seem to glow in the moonlight. His right palm outstretched, he pours chakra into it. Specifically, the seal of the dragon, a storage seal shaped in the form of a sun. With the presence of the moon, it seems to become paler, shocking Naruto as his blade, blacklight, forms. At first, it is an outline, but slowly, it colors, gaining shape and texture as it does so until it is finally whole. Naruto admires its beauty, running his fingers on the length of the sword that lies flat on his palm, not even making it droop under its weight, for it is so light. Teach me, Naruto breathes, captivating by it. Teach me the art of illusions. It glows a white light in response, visions filling his mind of the other wielders utilizing a technique and it transpiring from the victim's point of view. The first technique is named the mirror image. In essence, your form disappears and in place, you reappear at the intended location. You can manipulate your movements, but that takes work. Naruto nods. Nothing is ever satisfying without it requiring a pretense of work to support it. Holding out the sword, he calls out into the night sky, "Mirror image." The process is twofold. Firstly, he bends the resident light around him with a hefty amount of chakra that makes him pant, warping it to render him invisible. It's a complex process, involving the constant projection of something like that of a chakra construct, except withheld from physical form. Secondly, a requirement to place the mirror image at the intended space. Light travels, meaning that to make the mirror image stationary would make it flicker between unpredictable locations, forming nothing but a blur. That could be useful for making someone dizzy, Naruto notes mentally. Hence, the projection would have to be removed when it is even the slightest bit out of focus or positioned incorrectly as to provide little to no suspicion by the victim of the illusion. This translates to a constant need to delete projections and update them for a split second before repeating. Eventually, Naruto completes it with a strenuous minute of concentration in which he is able to create the mirror image and sustain it for 10 seconds without becoming visible to the naked eye. Mirror image. He repeats, casting it once more for a fusion of endurance and skill training. This time, the initial cast time is reduced to 50 seconds, yet the survivability of the image is higher, a contrast to the typical negative correlation between cast time and sustainability time. It's all a matter of getting used to it. The booming voice in his head that acts as his mentor states. Naruto nods, continuing his practice. Throughout the night, the potency of the technique strengthens to the point where the illusion physically manifests at midnight. So these sets of illusionary techniques maintain a connection to the moon. Interesting, considering that I got this sword at the shrine of Ryujin, who is a primordial god of the oceans. The moon's pull attracts the water to it. Could it be? Exhausted, he trudges back to his apartment, worn out of his mind, and has made substantial improvements to his technique. First and foremost, the most noteworthy is the acceptance of the immense chakra strain the Jutsu placed on his reserves, allowing him to sustain the Jutsu for longer periods of time, his personal best being 10 minutes and 52 seconds under an abundance of lunar energy. Next, but also significant to the eventual mastery of the Jutsu, is the reduction of initial casting time. Now, it can be cast with but a few seconds, but the real challenge lies in multitasking. Whilst casting, Naruto would have to constantly fend off his opponent as well as deal with the strenuous task of creating the mirror image. His mentor, who he had discovered as the Blade, had mentioned a gruesome image about being killed a million different ways whilst casting and maintaining the Jutsu. The Blade had described them in vivid detail. The only situation in which he would be interrupted whilst maintaining the mirror image would be if the opponent was a sensory-type ninja, or possessed a dojutsu such as the Byakugan. As Naruto slumps on his bed, he yawns, pondering on what would happen the next day. In the 2 weeks that had ensued succeeding the initial meeting between 5 kindred spirits, the 5 had worked themselves into the ground, much less so the senior of the group rather than his underclassmen, who train with Lee and Naruto as role models for Tenten, who would admit that, whereas Neji would vigorously deny it. In light of the upcoming Chunin exams, Guy had deemed them fit to begin advancing on their respective areas of expertise, ranging from countering said areas' weaknesses to overall increasing skill levels. A glaringly obvious flaw in Tenten's style is her extreme vulnerability to wine-type users, making her major threat those in Sunagakure no Sato. As a result, she had opted to major in supplementing her style by utilizing Doton Jutsu, something that could at least withstand a brutal assault from a wind user. Niji's reliance on Hyuga clan techniques is naive, and as such any long-range ninjutsu user that could keep mobile would be able to dissuade any barrage of attacks from the Hyuga, who had worked on utilizing transportation jutsu such as the body flicker to negate this. Meanwhile, Lee had made substantial improvements to his taijutsu, but then again so had Naruto, who maintains a considerable advantage over his bushy-browed peer that stems from the incorporation of elemental chakra into his style, whereas the amount of chakra Lee could utilize is limited and stunted for his age. Without a burst of chakra, Naruto can now run the regular 50 laps around the village through rigorous practice and lift several boulders, just like Lee without any enhancements, though it would be much more efficient should he utilize chakra, which he possesses in spades. Naruto had discovered that the Blacklight Blade possesses an individual arsenal of specialized jutsu, targeted at fluid and precise methods of dispatching an opponent. To be frank, Naruto had taken a liking to the sentient blade, which would offer him advice in tricky situations where a complex analyzation of events or jutsu would be required, something that he would profusely thank it for. So far, it had taken him the whole week to master the mirror image in both sunlight and moonlight, for the illusions of the blacklight seemed to be substantially more potent in the latter and more hazy in the former. Now accustomed to severe chakra strain, Naruto had also mastered a separate technique, the cataclysmic chains, where chains of his chakra would form and bind the opponent to the ground. There are two methods for the chains, one being illusionary where he would undergo the strenuous task of both bending light, but also fooling the opponent's senses into thinking that they are bound, the second being it physically manifesting, the preferred route. Naruto had just commenced working on his next jutsu in the blacklight sword style, the torrent, with which a thin beam of potent chakra would spring from the tip of the blade like a string, and shave off anything it touches, much like the Samahata. It could shave flesh, chakra, the list is endless, but to a limited extent, a substantial flaw. Thank you so much for your help, but I must brush up on my ninjutsu training. Gai-sensei. Naruto bows, the Jonin having commanded his respect through his commitment and passion to camaraderie as well as placing value in hard work. It's no problem, Naruto. Remember to tend to your most youthful flames of youth. Gai exclaims, giving his nice guy pose. Naruto smiles at the friendly gesture, before giving his farewell to Lee and company, saying that he would see them in the upcoming Chunin exams. He leaves the 9th training ground, wistfully smiling at the fond memories he had made with them. His gaze hardens as he realizes what would have to be done. I must strengthen myself. The Chunin exams will not be kind on me, and I have no doubt that some of the participants will be Jonin level, though this is from mere speculation. I have to be the best I can be. I can help you with that, the sentience of Blacklight states matter-of-factly. How? Naruto communicates immediately, feeling like he's being watched. By training you in the art of manipulating the water on a level of dragons. The same voice states, and as if predicting what he would respond with, adds, go to the clearing when the sun sets. Then I will begin. Naruto subconsciously nods, before closing the mental connection. He searches the village, the Hokage training grounds, the Sarutobi estate, all of the places where his favorite person would remain until it dawns on him. Why can't he be taking a work day? He dashes into the Hokage office to find an unorthodox site. But we're ready. I just know it. A brash, loud voice exclaims as an audible sigh is heard. Ah, Naruto. The Hokage greets just as the boy walks through the door. What's going on here? It looks like Kiba's trying to convince the old man to do something. But what? He voices his confusion and receives the following answer. Team 8 wants a C-rank mission but aren't ready. Naruto nods in understanding. Despite the fact that a team would technically be authorized for the next stage of missions once they completed an average of about 20 D ranks, the Hokage could withhold full rights to deny them such a privilege. At this point, the genin of Team 8 stare at Naruto pleadingly, inadvertently stirring a fire in him to help his comrades. Kurenai looks down in shame. I should have trained them better as shinobi. Naruto opens his mouth to speak. I'll go with them and EGG? He smirks confidently, his small victory assured. Well, fine. Your mission is to deliver this package. At this, the Sandaime holds out a neatly wrapped package with the symbol of Konohagakure, no Sato emblazoned proudly on it, to Madame Shurjimi. The daimyo's wife? Naruto sharply inquires, having picked up on the detail. Kurenai looks at him in surprise but doesn't voice her question. Indeed, Hiruzen confirms. This mission is of the utmost importance to our village's relations with the daimyo, which is why. He turns to face Kurenai. I'm asking you to appoint Naruto as second in command for the mission. What? She protests before calming to add some respect. Hokage-sama, may I ask why you believe he is ready? The Hokage gives her a mysterious grin as Naruto fingers the seal of the dragon. Just know that I'll vouch for him. She nods, glancing at Naruto with something akin to disbelief in her eyes. For one to have the Hokage's confidence so young. Extraordinary. Very well. We depart to the capital immediately. We mustn't keep the daimyo waiting. Kurenai commands, immediately exiting the door with Team 8 following. Naruto remains behind. Yes, Naruto? Hiruzen asks, noticing this subtle gesture. As you know, I have acquired a new blade. He trails off, sparking curiosity in his elder. Naturally. The blacklight, was it not? Hiruzen probingly gazes, attempting to connect the dots to see where the conversation is going. I've read up on ancient lore and the blade. Naruto's eyes take on a cryptic gleam. It's the sword of Ryujin, empowered by the moon and possibly water. Hiruzen's eyes cloud with worry, but refrains from speaking, unsure of what to say. Naruto darkly says, it carries a curse, according to the book I've read, but I'm unsure as to what it is. The aged Hokage wearily slumps in his chair. Just like you, Minato, and Kushina, he always seems to get into trouble. He's inherited your bad luck as well as good. I'll have a scholar research this. Do you have any places of reference to start? Hiruzen questions, inquisitively, a meaningful stare directed at his student. Naruto realizes this, immediately spouting off a few sources. 14. The hunted become the hunters. Naruto and Team 8 walk down a winding road, having just passed through Tanzakagai for a refill of water. So, Naruto, why are you taking this mission with us? Not that we're complaining. Kurenai gestures to the team. But aren't you in Kakashi's squad? Naruto's face darkens, though it isn't shown in his tone of voice, the eternally light and pleasant tone shining through, despite his true emotions. Nah. I quit the squad and know I'm a one-man army. He makes several gestures that they giggle at. In all honesty, Sasuke and his shadow are an insufferable duo. You mustn't go near them lest you suffer their wrath and become deaf for days on end. He says this with such seriousness in his voice that they can't help but nod. It's been 6 hours since they had left the village, and already they're making progress. I reckon we'll be walking for the rest of the day, and well into the night. Voicing this, Kurenai adheres to his concerns, declaring that they would take a break once every 3 hours for 10 minutes. If they got attacked, their feet would feel too heavy to even dodge a kunai. Something paramount to an embarrassment of a ninja. What v you been up T2 Naruto-kun? Hinata squeaks out, averting her head as her cheeks heat up like a tomato. I've never seen anyone this shy nor this red. What a phenomenon, Naruto thinks, answering the question. Just training. Flitting in between the company of Guy and Blacklie, a mentor of mine. Naruto replies. I'm sorry, which guy? Shino inquires politely. Kurenai halts, her face paling as her eyes unfocus. Kurenai seems to know. Naruto mischievously misleads the attention to said jonin, a small smirk on his face. She shudders, muttering sentences at an incomprehensible speed. Green jumpsuits, bowl cut, caterpillars, eyebrows, clone, sunset, beach. At every word, she violently shudders, especially at the last two. You don't want to know, Naruto states, his left eye twitching violently as he winces. Okay, Naruto-kun, Hinata states, thus cutting off the conversation. Naruto's thoughts drift off towards the curse he had read about. What could it possibly be? I hope it's just a myth, even though it probably isn't. And if it is what I think it is, then his head bows as his eyes begin to water at the very notion. No, I will prevent it by building stronger bonds. A cursed blade will not stop me, and I will become the Hokage with all my loved ones by my side, no matter the cost. The group continues on the path, taking the odd break or two but none willing to break the awkward silence that had befallen them. The sky turns orange, streaks of pink racing across the sky as the sun begin to fall past the horizon. The sea suddenly becoming orange, a far cry from the serene blue that laps the shoreline. Minutes, now, until blacklight becomes stronger. Naruto thinks in glee as he begins to rejoice at the darkness overtaking the light in the sky. But that also means that any bandits that have been following us will strike. He stops the group, whispering his orders at a rapid pace, barely comprehensible but manageable at the same time. Hinata, scan the area with your Byakugan. Shino, get your insects to form a perimeter. Kiba, get Akamaru to detect scents. What's the need for such sudden precautions? Kiba asks, the others listening in, especially Kurenai. She needs to assess their progress. Subtly gesturing to the setting sun, Naruto whispers, night will fall upon us soon, making it an opportune moment for any bandits to strike. The team nods, setting off to do their respective tasks, with the three prowling around the wide road, various skills activated, leaving Kurenai and Naruto. I see why Hokage-sama appointed you as second in command. Naruto, Kurenai praises. Thanks, Naruto shrugs. I would hate for one of my friends to be harmed. Kurenai levels an inquiring gaze at him. I wasn't aware that you four were close. Naruto's eyes narrow. We aren't, but they never were unreasonable towards me either. Kurenai gives him a questioning look before opening her mouth to speak. Nothing, Kiba states, coming up to the two. What were you talking about? Nothing, Naruto replies, as the remaining two genin join them. Are you absolutely certain? His tone puts them on edge as if he questions their deduction, insinuating that Kiba's statement is wrong. Naruto diverts his gaze to the sunset, his stare taking on one of longing. A single minute left. Yes, we are. Shino speaks on behalf of the three genin. Good. Then we continue on our way. Naruto states serenely, the ease at which he walks with a huge shock to the fore. Hadn't he just raved about caution? Kurenai thinks, is he bipolar? The two males of Team 8 simultaneously think. And Naruto-kun. No explanation needed. It is Hinata with the one thing always on her mind. He's eerily at ease, Kurenai observes. Something's wrong. Or is it? Conveniently, the darkness floods the sky, a black substance diffusing into the orange-red water before completely replacing it altogether, as is the cycle between night and day. Naruto's skin glows with a mysterious purple light, something that doesn't go unnoticed by anybody, before receding. And Naruto-kun. Hinata stutters. The redhead turns to look at her. Yes, Hinata? Fighting down a blush, she replies. Your skin just glowed black. It's hard to describe. No stutter. What an achievement. Kiba agrees, a grunt of affirmation resounding from within his throat. Oh, I know. Naruto replies, strangely calm in response to a clearly unnatural event occurring. Seeing the matter shut down, the two lay off him, though unbeknownst to them, Shino had been listening. Kurenai had taken up the rear and lags behind them, about 3 to 4 meters behind them. Interesting, Shino thinks. My bugs reacted strangely, almost as if they were scared but enticed in a way. They had been raving about his chakra reserve's abundance of it, but now they're hooked onto it. Meanwhile, Naruto had taken to staring at the moon as he walked, somehow not tripping over with impeccable balance. Such a beautiful body of celestial energy. He yearningly smiles, a faraway look overtaking his eyes as he admires the moon. At this, the moon seems to shine strongly with a silver aura encompassing it, the moonlight reflecting more light onto the road in front and behind Naruto, illuminating his way. Gee, thanks, moon. Positioning his palm flat, facing the sky, Naruto allows the seal of the dragon to glow. In reality, a reverse storage seal had been activated, sending a flow of moonlight for blacklight to bask in. The seal hums in comfort, feeding Naruto a sense of resonation that burns within him like a roaring flame, except instead of the one that radiates anger or passion. This exudes a sense of belonging, a sense of solace, a flame ignited by warmth and condolence. I doubt that the sensory capabilities of them are reliable. Bandits may have as little as the same amount of trees, thus negating the Byakugan. Granted, that does make them pretty stupid, but still. Similarly, they could have coated themselves in mud or something to fool Kiba's sense of smell, and to fool Shino's Kikeichu is a combination of camouflage as well as the low chakra factor. Naruto contemplates on the matter before doing so. He sends a pulse of chakra outwards, leveraging his control over it to dilute it somewhat, thus making it invisible, a contrast to his usual dense chakra. If my bad luck is such, then my speculation will be correct. The chakra, however, is unaccustomed to not taking on physical shape, and whilst it doesn't transform into something that's a dead giveaway, it does take on something more obscure. A colony of bats forms above Naruto, splitting into different groups and each dividing themselves further, each bat spreading out and flying in a varied direction. They each make a low clicking noise, a reassurance of their presence to Naruto, who awaits their return to him. Each probe up to a mile radius, both retracing their flight pattern and adjoining into the single colony, concealing their presence utilizing natural camouflage with the night sky. In the meantime, Naruto reviews the information they had given him by replaying footage of their individual probes simultaneously, like a security guard stationed over multiple screens, each screen linked to a camera. In this context, Naruto is the guard in multiple ways, staring off into space, his vision clouded with the screens, his 120 degrees of vision completely obscured by the footage of the chakra-constructed bats, which had been the cameras, now hovering above him and awaiting further orders. This leaves him at the mercy of any to even launch a kunai at him, and any shinobi, even academy students, can dodge a ninja tool projectile. Reviewing each bat pick up on individual scents, sights, and sounds, his brain is overloaded and unbeknownst to him, his tenant works overtime filtering each to him. The smell of forests is overpowering, bark, both decayed and healthy, singed firewood, though the coordinated vision relays that it's a few weeks old, as well as many others, most of which include game animals and different herbs, poisonous and not. A hit, he mentally exclaims as he concentrates his colony of bats to a single location, and they fly over, proceeding over the origin of the scent he had dubbed Stupid Bandit. The team continues walking amongst the now straight road, Naruto's legs moving instinctively, his head frozen in position as he walks frigidly, almost as if nearly frozen in place. Kurenai stares, her constant watch over him remaining anonymous. Her gaze is wary as well as questioning, reflecting her thoughts that criticize his behavior. Shino's brows furrow, deep in thought. Why is he acting so strange? One moment he's hypervigilant and now, he cranes his head to face Naruto. Now he's completely carefree. It's like he expects us to be attacked. Hinata is too busy staring at Naruto, whilst Kiba ruffles Akamaru's head, scratching the back of his ears. Kurenai and Shino lock eyes, before nodding. Inching his way forwards, Shino taps Naruto on the shoulder. Just once before it happens. Have you ever been aware of something, but when it reveals itself it takes you by absolute surprise? That analogy would be the perfect one for the moment, as a massive metal pike, shaped like a spear, soars towards Naruto at amazing speeds, en route to a collision. Naruto's eyes widen, swiftly deactivating his scouting technique in favor of regaining his senses as his bats detect an artificial taste in the air, like a human-made compound. Suddenly, a hard impact slams him back down to reality as he recovers his senses. His body knocked to the ground. A silver shaft flies overhead, just where he had been. I could have died, he realizes, before getting up to thank his savior. Well, looky here, fellas. We've got a catch today. A deep voice rumbles. Naruto brushes the dirt off his person, feigning disinterest as he inspects his clothing, extracting dirt from the insides of his nails and overall just being somewhat inhumane with his ignorance of the assaulter. Yeah. Numerous voices chorus, though at least 3 are distinguishable. There's around 7 of them judging by the volume, at least 4 if I go by the number of unique voices, Naruto assesses, Kurenai thinking the same thing as the rookie Genin's fingers inch toward their kunai, Kiba's towards a strangely decorated pouch. And what do we have here? At this, all of the shinobi roll their eyes at the obviously cliched line. Did you get that from a novel? Naruto yawns dramatically, looking up to observe his hypothetical opponents. The numbers are as estimated, a lowly amount of 4. The clear gang leader and cliché user is a definite brute, judging by his sheer size that could equal the size of a story of a building. His face is a greasy pale color, his grisly features only repulsing the shinobi as the brown rags he parades as clothes barely cover him. In his hand is a massive battle axe, clearly custom forged as the handle fits his beefy hand perfectly. The next bandit is less beefy, in fact the contrast in size, making him skinny but tall like a pencil sticking upright. In his hand is a stone club that he repeatedly smacks against the palm of his other open hand in an attempt to intimidate the shinobi. So far, Naruto is unimpressed. Next is a black-haired woman, her mouth and nose concealed with a bandana, and her whole body in a leather garment that is unexplainable and ugly in every sense of the word. A makeshift quiver is wrapped around her back with leather tassels and a wooden base, holding in many piles of metal that gleam in the moonlight. She smiles sweetly, a dangerous look in her eyes, at the Konoha team, but if one would look closer, it is a toxic gesture. Naruto eyes her with an analyzing gleam. She's the priority target. Her aim is deadly. Fourth in the ragtag team is a blond man in mesh armor, a scabbard hung around his waist and holding a broadsword, one that Naruto eyes with interest. Overall, he's an average man. Kurenai worriedly glances at her genin. If they are exposed to the life of a shinobi, it's all the better. But I don't want to do so in such an uncontrolled manner. The beefier man shakes in rage, his face turning an unhealthy shade of purple. "Get 'em, boys!" he shouts, lifting his massive battle axe and swinging into the fray. "And girl," said female mutters, hanging back and taking one of the many pikes from her quiver, throwing it like a deadly javelin. "Hinata, Kiba, Shino, you guys take on the swordsman and the scrawny one." "Naruto, take." Kurenai orders before her racing mind screeches to a halt. She cranes her neck to look for Naruto, only to find him absent from his previous position. "Where's Naruto?" Meanwhile, the redhead had vanished, reappearing behind the sole female bandit with his sword, blacklight, raised above his head. He bears it down, staining his blade with blood as he cleaves through her skull with the sheer force of the motion, the sharpness making it cleaner, though not by much. Any keen eye would spot that the slice had been on the opposite side of where Naruto had been, though it matters not, for the blood had bathed her at such a speed that the origin of the wound is invisible. This added to the fact that the woman had fallen on her front means that the slash is fully concealed from prying eyes. "Lightning style. Lightning gauntlet technique," Naruto mutters, a sphere of crackling lightning manifesting, encompassing his left hand as it shapes itself into a spiked gauntlet, using less than a few seconds to do so. Running through the shadows that the moon had ceased its great illumination of the road to permit, Naruto sneaks up behind his next opponent, the crackling sound fizzling out into silence, though the jutsu remains. "Die, scum!" he roars, taking everyone by surprise, as, to any viewer, he had simply materialized right next to the dark spot of a grove, a mass of unstable lightning energy roughly shaped into that of a gauntlet and a dark purple sword, pulsing with magical silver energy that captivates any to its thrall. They stare in shock as the boy they consider the goofy clown of their graduating class tear into the club wielder of the group, the prominence of lightning chakra such that it impacts upon back, just above his spine as it shreds the piece of bone into nothing but fine powder which scatters around his insides, eliciting shrieks of torment from him as flecks of lightning chakra transfer into his blood veins, before spreading via blood cells through all of his functioning organs. He dies a painful death, the abundance of electricity entering his system proving far too much for a body unexposed to chakra. Kurenai gaps in shock. For someone so young as he to become so unfazed by killing, especially in peacetime, is something that shouldn't be tolerated. "I had thought better of you, Naruto, but this is too out of line." She glances towards her team, their legs wobbling and shaky, their faces and complexions paler than should be natural. "Hokage-sama needs to know about this. You'll pay for this," the blonde swordsman of the bandit group shouts, tears cascading from his face like a waterfall dripping off the mountain that is his chin. He hoists his sword into the air, charging a feral battle cry speaking of anguish and vengeance. For a moment, Naruto's gaze softens. He's still human, not a pest, not a peon to be exterminated. "I shall grant you a merciful death." It hardens once more. "Bring it on," he declares, and from the corner of his eye, he sees the genin struggling to hold back a frenzied ringleader. Adds, "Kurenai, use your tree-binding genjutsu." Kurenai nods, one that goes unnoticed as Naruto's focus centers around a duel. In respect of his loss, I limit myself to pure skill only. No kenjutsu techniques, just me and my blade. There will be no chakra used. Taking a flitting glance at his opponent's weapon of choice, Naruto readjusts his stance calmly, in spite of a berserk man charging at him, spittle flying from said man's face. His opponent's sword is much heavier than his, and as such, corresponding adjustments would have to be made. His opponent bears down upon him now, his sword close to his chest as the man moves it into a position to jab, which he swiftly does, his blade shaky as a result of his rage. Given emotional training, he could become a fine swordsman, Naruto thinks, sidestepping as his opponent withdraws his blade, keeping it pointing vertically all the whilst maintaining a close distance between sword and chest. His footwork's not too shabby either. A pity that I have to kill him. I can't let an offense against me and my allies go unpunished. Naruto steels himself, advancing as he lunges, his sword slashing in a diagonal arc, something that is immediately countered by a pass back to narrowly evade the tip of the blade, which would have otherwise drawn first blood. By his movements, he's a fencer. His footwork doesn't seem to incorporate side angles, and by the lack of parries, he is an épée user. /N. The épée style of fencing revolves around jabs and fewer slashes. Rather, more precise movements. This should mean that I can easily counter him. Should I press the offensive, Naruto concludes, withdrawing to recover from the lunge as his opponent lunges, like an endless cycle about to begin. Clearly, the fencer had anticipated such a cycle, and withdraws, expecting an offensive move of sorts. His confidence receives a large boost through Naruto's next movement, an overhead strike. This is easily countered, the said man thinks as he moves his blade into a steady block. Your predictability will get you killed, kiddo. However, his newfound self-confidence falters as Naruto swiftly moves his blade to the side, taking a slash that draws first blood, the wound not even seeming deep. To the contrary, it is rather shallow, but blood flows out of it as if it were immensely deep. Naruto smoothly kneels down, his blade raised in an overhead block to counter the offending sword that had transitioned from block to downward strike. He disengages, keeping blacklight close as he rolls in between the man's open legs, jabbing the tibia of his right leg as to not get choked by compression, before kicking off the fencer's back, somersaulting and landing cleanly. If I don't kill him, the ambient properties of the blade will, Naruto smirks, his victory ensured either way as he sidesteps the man's attacks, enraging him. Too scared to fight, coward? He taunts, the barb not even fazing Naruto, who smirks, mockingly in return. No, you are already dead. Naruto smirks, the potency of the chakra he had injected, using blacklight as a medium, into the man's system, overloading it. By using it as a means of injection, he allows the chakra to be amplified by the power of the dragons, thus increasing the deadly potency of the indirect attack. Rest in peace, misguided soul, and may your instincts be kept during your next few lifetimes, but your temper not, he mutters. 15 far away, a group of 5 walks into a room, the walls lined with red velvet, each a tapestry of numerous adventures, each showing the life of every feudal lord. On an elevated dais sits a man on a golden throne, crafted from gold, red and gold, such brash and irritating colors. I would rather silver, black and blue, the colors of the magnificent night and unpredictable seas instead of the glaring sun, Naruto thinks, his nose wrinkling a fraction in disgust before he reminds himself of just who sits on the throne. The daimyo of Fire Country. He wears the standard daimyo headpiece like a crown to signify his solidified role, the piece resting above his small, circular eyes and dark pupils. In his hand is a hand fan, an accessory that seems out of place in the grand room, as his the daimyo's green robes. The group walk in with a nervous air as their miniature escort of guards leaves the room, leaving only them, the daimyo and the 2 guards beside him. Well, hello. The daimyo greets, his voice chipper. Greetings, Lord Daimyo. Kurenai respectfully greets, bowing lowly. This is the man that funds the village. If we show him disrespect, he may differ from the investment that has lasted decades. Her team of genin follow her lead, but one remains. Are you not going to bow? The left guard demands rudely, his voice rough and hardened like a piece of grating metal. No, Naruto responds, earning a look of interest from the feudal lord as his eyes lock into the guard, a fierce stare erupting from his eyes. "May I ask why?" the daimyo inquires, curiosity clearly prominent in his gaze as Naruto glances at him. "My respect is earned, not given. Thus far, you have done nothing to elicit mine, and as such I will not bow," Naruto responds, his tone steely as to reflect his determination. The team of genin and lone jonin watch with bated breath as the daimyo and Naruto lock gazes, staring into each other's souls with intense fires before alas, one back down. "Very well," the feudal lord responds, sighing wearily. "What's your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki," the redhead states, his steely eyes receding back into a carefree expression. The guards stare at him with incredulity in their eyes. Is he bipolar? But then again, that's what everyone thinks. In the present reality, Naruto's lack of care is more a facade than it is a truthful expression of emotion. He finds it more efficient in terms of provoking an opponent, as well as subtly disguising scouting glances in favor of seemingly disrespectful actions. A most versatile strategy, at least in theory. The daimyo smiles softly. "I must invest more in Konoha's annual budget. If all shinobi are like you, I am confident in the village's future." The team released a breath they didn't know they had been holding. If Kurenai had any notions of reporting Naruto for such insubordination, it is quickly dismissed by the ploy he had just accomplished successfully. The jonin holds out the package that had miraculously appeared out of nowhere. "Daimyo-sama, this is the package that you had requested," Kurenai states. A guard moves to retrieve it, doing so with two hands and giving it to his lord with a respectful bow. "Ah, yes," the daimyo airily acknowledges. "Your pay." He snaps his fingers as a guard hustles to the side of the room, his person pressed against the wall, his form angled in such a way that it obscures whatever he does. After he detaches himself from the wall, he carries a briefcase with him, and after a reassuring look from the daimyo, hands it to the jonin. "Thank you for your time, daimyo-sama," they chorus, with Naruto deliberately opting out of addressing the man by title and by the suffix. They exit, a sense of accomplishment filling them. In the aftermath of the mission, the genin of Team 8 had been registered in a full day's length of therapy sessions with authorized experts to help get over such a prominent issue in the shinobi world. Kurenai had seen them off into the Yamanaka clan compound with a sorrowful look, her thoughts weighing her down as she watches her prized students disappear from sight. "I hope this doesn't turn sour. Not like, no, I mustn't think about it. Poor Yakumo." Naruto bows his head in guilt, having exposed a trio of innocent, pure children to the harshness and corruption of the world. Kurenai places a firm hand on his shoulder, seeing his turmoil. "It had to happen eventually, Naruto," she whispers softly. "I know," Naruto mutters, head still bowed. "But it doesn't make it any better." With the intention of continuing his clan's legacy, Naruto had worked himself into the ground, his resolve unsurpassed by his predecessors to accomplish the dream of a lifetime. The dream divided into two segments: become Hokage and reclaim all of what belongs to the Uzumaki. From there, his heir could take over. In the week leading up to the Chunin exams, he had advanced his blacklight sword style with a prowess never seen before in recent times, his kenjutsu now on par with most jonin, if not all. "When I recover all 5 blades of nature, I will distribute them as I see fit," Naruto's mind ambles, his body in a trance-like state that induces him into nothing but training. At this moment, he occupies the Hokage training ground, fighting against 20 shadow clones, the numbers to compensate for their next to non-existent durability and longevity. With the clones equally as hyperactivate as him, they accept the friendly challenge, which isn't saying much with their competitive natures. The rules? Only the real Naruto could use the Gate of Babylon, as well as kenjutsu techniques. No maiming the real one. And of course, what kind of person with full disclosure to the fact that killing the person that essentially allows them to exist would kill the aforementioned person? It's an unspoken rule. No killing is permitted. Naruto stands in the center of a ring of 25 clones, encased in a pentagon of sorts, with 5 clones at each vertex. The inner ring have tanto drawn, whilst the other 5 clasp their hands in various seals to channel chakra. "Let's go!" the original Naruto shouts with a frightening enthusiasm, receiving an affirmative response of the same vigor. Instantly, The 5 forming the pentagon leap back, forming hand seals and allowing their peers to surge forward, entrapping Naruto within their midst. Naruto takes a battle stance with blacklight angled downwards at his right side, his left arm behind his back with his legs evenly spread. He holds himself with confidence, an uncommon characteristic, especially in the face of a potential beatdown, not in his favor with the odds stacked against him. Naruto weaves his sword in mesmerizing patterns before his clone's eyes widen. Eerie silver energy draws itself onto the blade, enclosing the entirety of blacklight. It seems unsettled, pulsing unpredictably as if something is about to happen. The logic behind using the blacklight style is immensely confusing. By drawing light energy from the imminent area, the wielder of blacklight is able to darken their surroundings, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It allows more potency as well as prepare for another attack. Blacklight, spectral orbs. He shouts, the silver energy expelling itself into the atmosphere, masses of it manifesting into orbs that glow with a luster akin to actual silver, but with an intensity like that of gold in the sunlight, just as silver does in the moonlight. They are invidious life centers of gravity, attracting all light into its midst where it only grows stronger. The light becomes as potent and as intense as to become a miniature sun, but the cryptic and mysterious aura makes it more a miniature moon. They float, and from any perspective, surround Naruto in a semicircular formation, the highest point of the formation levitating just above Naruto's head. Lazily, Naruto lifts his blade, swinging it in a full arc. Fire, he whispers, as the orbs shoot in different directions, their erratic but swift movements catching the clones off guard, despite them having expected this result. The clones raise their blades in a decisive block, clashing with the orbs, but their extensive knowledge not preparing them for what would occur next. Naruto had mastered 2 techniques with the spectral orbs. They are named the explosion and the missile, both self-explanatory. This, along with a newfound drive to become the driving force behind Konoha and a rigorous training schedule, had borne results, especially with the help of the sentient Celeste. Explode! He calls out, each orb combusting into a ring of fire, each flame as high as a field full of grass that licks the air, growing larger as it does so. Most of these have a diameter just smaller than the width of a Naruto clone, thus allowing the flames to implode on 2 of the number. Disappointing, he thinks, as he charges into the fray, slashing and ducking, heightened senses that his clones can't fathom to match, allowing him to keep track of his opponents. Thanks, Ryujin, for granting me the essence of your previous champion, Naruto thinks gratefully, the god supposedly having changed his life with the powerful blade. Capitalizing on the advantage he holds whilst in the darkness, said advantage comes at a cost. 1. A limited aversion to light that makes the glaring sun less appealing and rather more repulsive. 2. A disability to fight at his fullest whilst in the light. Luckily, he holds a trump card in the form of light-bending techniques. Water style, water dragon technique. 5 voices in tone, sending a share of water chakra into the air that molds itself into a ferocious dragon that roars twice, sending shockwaves cascading down onto the training ground. Leaping back from the mess of smoke he had caused, Naruto looks up to the origin of the noise, his hairs tingling on the back of his neck. Blacklight, cataclysmic chains. Naruto roars, swishing his sword towards the dragon in a circular motion, concentrating his chakra as he allows it to be repulsed from the sword, surrounding the dragon like an oversized bubble of white. The ground rumbles, winds picking up to blow Naruto's hair to the side, as chains recognizable by their watery translucency sprout from 5 breathtaking pillars that had formed, being devoid of light, black as an endless pit drilling into a void. The chain's tip is that of a jutted spear akin to that of a harpoon. It's colored a luminous ghostly green that speaks of tales lost. The chains fly towards the dragon like a bullet from the gun, each missing and soaring past it as it narrowly weaves in between them. A mistake that I will not be penalized for, Naruto thinks as he makes a tugging motion with his left hand, attaching delicate, nearly invisible strings of white chakra that latch onto the chains. The chains swerve back to the dragon, each utilizing a different angle as they ensnare the construct of water, the sharp tip digging deep into the dragon's watery hide. As the seconds tick by, the dragon shrinks in size, the amount of chakra that had fueled its very existence being drained till nothing remains. He keeps his left hand in a clenched fist, holding it up into the air with the amount of open space within the fist constantly fluctuating at seemingly miscellaneous intervals. But however, the trained eye would register that it does so in unison with the dragon's movements. Cut the chakra strings. Naruto hears the remaining clones rally. Damn it, the original thinks to himself. I had been hoping that they wouldn't notice. But man, those puppeteering techniques sure are useful. Now Naruto is faced with a dilemma. His eyes shift over the assembled clones in front of him before finalizing a course of action. I maintain the chakra strings by keeping a distance using the chakra blade technique. I elevate myself on a modified earth wall so that they can't reach me. If they try to leap into the air, I use a longer range chakra blade. I might just call it the chakra spear. As he allows blacklight to vanish from existence, he forms a one-handed seal, one of the only few ones that he could perform yet conveniently and thankfully compatible with his plan. The ground rumbles as a mound of dirt uproot itself before a massive pillar, roughly shaped but given form nevertheless, shoots into the sky. Not so much noticeable from a potential bystander, but reaching as high as the water dragon. Acting quickly, Naruto wills the ripples of the Gate of Babylon to manifest, using his supply of Tanto to scale the pillar with ease, reusing the older ones that he had passed to constantly fuel his ascent to the top. And here comes the first complication in his plan. Naruto's left thumb withdraws from the fist with a backlash that leaves a slight sting to it as a chakra string unravels, fizzling out with a last, feeble spark before dying. Naruto glances to the chains, having reached the top of the pillar and sat down on it in a cross-legged position, glaring intently at the chains with his right hand outstretched to the right. A harpoon of the five had unraveled in a similar manner, crashing down to the ground and lying limply, without a purpose. "Let's go, Blacklight," he shouts, with the seal of the dragon expanding into the full-blown sword, still a beauty despite having been put through austere training. "Chakra spear," he cries, a blinding white chakra with golden flecks enveloping the blade before he extends the sword in a swift jab, the chakra unnoticeably solidifying to form a pointed tip, before the rest of the ambient chakra follows the tip's lead. The blade of the spear is expelled towards the dragon, a shaft attached to it that protrudes from the tip of Blacklight. The spear pierces the hide of the watery creation, effectively dispelling it from a combination of effective chakra reduction added to the raw chakra that had been used as a further medium for Naruto to utilize in order to overload the jutsu. In a typical scenario, the jutsu would consist of foreign chakra to be overwhelmed, but raw chakra fighting water chakra of the same person. Obviously, the more potent force would win, and in this case, the original Naruto remains undisputed. He stands, peering downwards on an elevated plane with a look of serenity on his face, truly at peace with himself in these rare moments. Call him battle-hungry, call this a lust for blood. To Naruto, it's a way of life, a path to accepting pain and shortcoming instead of becoming as frustrated as to delay it. Pain delayed hurts more than pain accepted. Anything neglected will sting more so than when met with open arms. I would rather end this now than later, and when I must delay the inevitable, I treat it as a test, an experiment to test my limits. His gaze drifts to the sky, where giant, fluffy clouds float lazily. Naruto sighs, so this is how Shikamaru felt like. Just to forget everything I've done and everything around me is truly a bliss, a safe haven. Just for a moment, his identity washes away like an insignificant leaf in a stream. So this is the mindset of Shikamaru, to let things come at him and handle it to the best of his ability, rather than prepare oneself for the things of the future. An intriguing philosophy, but I prefer mine all the same. He loses himself in the clouds, his mind far, far away.